error in my computer. So my name is Putra, and here is also Sisi. Both of us will be your host for today's session. So everyone, maybe I want to ask some of you, all of you, one question. So it's been the fourth week of ICStar Hackathon 2020, especially for the enablement session. So have you enjoyed this event so far? So maybe some of you want to give some answer in the chat, or maybe you can give some reaction. Maybe have you enjoyed this event so far, the IC Star Hackathon? Yeah, I believe you are really enjoying this event. So because I believe that all of the insight and the knowledge you gain during this event will be really helpful, will be really help for you everyone after you, even after you graduate and start working in the industry. So maybe without further ado, as you know, today's session will be divided into two sessions. Yeah, as like before, the first session will be started from now, 1 p.m. until 3 3.3 p.m. delivered by Mr. Rahul Sharma, and then we will have a break for you guys having a play, maybe for eating or something. And then for the second session will be start from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. delivered by Mr. Sean Jerome and Kenneth Balobalo. And also for today's agenda, it will be the second enablement of UiPath. Yes, you know UiPath is a RPA solution, yeah. So and already here with us, Mr. Rahul Sharma. Yeah, he will be our trainer. Yeah. So maybe I will share to you guys the resume of Mr. Rahul Sharma. Mr. Rahul Sharma is an IT professional with 6 years of work experience automation using many tools like RPA tools such as UiPath and also Power Automate, along with tools like Alteryx, Power BI, SQL, and advanced product of UiPath. Uh, the Mr. Rahul Sharma have been helping many customers institutionalize automation, analytics, and realize successful fulfillment of business goals. So Mr. Rahul is currently working for JP Morgan Case & Co. as an associate, and he has also many achievements such as being awarded as a UiPath Community Most Valuable Professional MVP 2022, and the On the Spot Award for Excellence in delivering a client-focused automation solution within a strict deadline. So maybe I will share you also today's topic. Today's topic will be UI automation in UiPath, that will be covered introduction to UI automation, selectors, data scraping, data tables and data manipulation, attach window and attach browser activity, and screen scraping. So before today's sessions will start, I also want to remind and encourage you, all of the participants, all of the students, to be active. Please, yeah, please ask many questions, because this event, you want to get this chance after this event finished. So please be active. Please ask question as you want. So you will get many insight and knowledge from the Mr. Rahul Sharma. Okay, so without further ado, please, Mr. Rahul, the room is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And hello, everyone. Very good afternoon. Joining the hackathon so far. I've been in touch with other trainers and also I've got some really good feedback from the participants. So really appreciate everyone's contribution. So I'll just share screen, start with the presentation, and we'll go on. Everyone.
Yes, I can share.
Okay. And just to start with, is my voice clear to everyone? Anyone having any issue, please put in the chat or maybe just do thumbs up or something like that if it is not clear or very low. All good?
Yes, all good, Mr. Rahul.
Perfect. So, okay. So yeah, so we are in the week 4 of ICStar Hackathon, and I will just start with a couple of points on my introduction as I've already mentioned. Just, uh, just to go through it, I'm an RPA project in JP Morgan Chase. I'm working in the automation industry from 6 years. I've been into a couple of tools, but majority of the time in UiPath. Currently, as UiPath community, and also I'm involved in the membership program, which I'll be introducing in the later phase of this session. So that's about the speaker and about the agenda. We have uh, we had the session with Sean last week, and I'm sure you are already aware what all things goes around UI parts, like how the UI looks and everything. But today we are going to cover UI automation. That is actually something which is the base of everything which we'll be doing
Sir,
in
sorry
the.
for interrupt. I can't hear your voice clearly. Please make it louder, sir.
Is it not clear for everyone, or it's just for folks? Subra, can you hear us clearly?
There is some noises in your voice, sir. So maybe
Okay,
you can
let us correct.
put your mic closer to your mouth.
Yes, I'll just do it from. Is it better now?
So, Putra, is it better now? Any better?
Yeah, it's better.
Okay, perfect. I just switched the audio driver. Perfect. Thank you so much for letting me know. I hope now it is clear. Anyone having any issue, please feel free to put in chat or maybe interrupt in between if it is not in, attended in the chat so that we are all along and going through this together. So yeah, I was mentioning about the UI automation. It's actually the base of every automation which you will be doing in UiPath. I would say in almost 95% of the times, because that is basically UiPath's strength. It is something which we can do very easily, very conveniently. I've been into multiple tools. I can just confidently say UiPath as UI automation as its asset that can actually is the most powerful one, which takes a bigger, or I would say a best lead amongst all the RPA tools. So UI automation involves interacting with the screen in multiple ways, which we'll be seeing a couple of ways today, which are the basic ones. It is basically the session is all about introduction to UI automation. We'll be going through the selectors that are basically the eyes of robot, as we have eyes to see what is on the screen. Selectors are the eyes to the robot. UI Explorer, which is actually the like advanced feature in which we can just tweak the selector and make it more useful and more dynamic, which we'll go through in detail. We'll be going through data scraping, that is basically extraction of structured data. We'll see the attached topics to this, that is data tables and use application and browser, which is related to data scraping. We'll cover that in the one go. And then we'll also see screen scraping, which is actually an unstructured extraction. If it is not an extraction, which is, if it's not a data which is structured on a web page or an application or anything anywhere on your screen, then we go with screen scraping and then manipulate the data. And we'll have the demo following with all of this. We will have exercise which we'll do together, and something which I would encourage people should actually participate and do it on their own. And maybe we'll just see if anything is of any concern with everyone, or anyone, or everyone is okay with the entire thing. So starting with UI automation, basically UI automation in a nutshell is to deal with two aspects: create the identifications for the UI element, and then interact with those UI elements. So what this basically means, UI automation, anything which you see on the screen, like for example, you open Chrome browser, you click on some bookmark tab, it opens that, and then you see a login page, you click on user ID, enter it. All this is related to UI, right? You have a UI in front of you and you are interacting with that. And that's something which is a UI interaction between a human and a system. But if you want to automate it, we will have a robot, like you have a robot that is mature enough to understand where to click, what to write, and where to go next, and all those things. So that will be again a part of identification of that UI element. And then the interaction deals with, like, it should be clicked on that, or it should type something there, double click, and all those things. So these are the two components of UI automation, which is the base, I would say, in a nutshell. Again, we'll see each and everything in detail in the next slides and also in practical. And just to summarize it, it is basically to identify your elements and just interact with those. So starting with the basic and the most common approach which people start to learn selectors, or I would say UI automation, is basically go on doing the things which you are doing and let the robot record it so that it can identify a pattern. And then if you run that pattern, that basically that workflow, it will do the same thing which we have done. So I'll show that recording how it is done. But just to have some theory on it, basically, there are a couple of recording which are available in UiPath. That is basically basic desktop, web, image, and native citrix. Basic basically will just have a UI element which is not completely enclosed in any container. It will just be a normal selector. Then again a normal selector. Just click by click, everything will be recorded by the UiPath recorder, and it will generate that flow. Once you hit that flow, it will do the exact same thing which you did, and it will be without your interfering. Desktop will actually will be very much helpful when you do the uh, desktop application. For example, is there any CRM application, or maybe for that matter, you want to automate a calculator just to try it out. Just that's what we're gonna do today, because calculator is something which is more common, most commonly available in everyone's system. So that is something for desktop applications. Then it comes to web. Web basically deals with anything which is on a web browser. Anything on a web browser, we can record it using web recorder, and it will just have that container of web browser and enclosed activities in that. So these two terminologies, that container and enclosed activity, we'll see in a while in action. And then it comes to image, which is actually basically used when we don't have a like the system which you want to automate using UI clicks is not in front of us as a native application. Basically, if you are working on a system and you're connected to another machine using RDP, we will have to use image automation primarily just to identify that image. Basically, it's an image. It is not clickable in our system. It is something on some other system which we are connected through RDP. We'll have to identify, make UiPath understand that this is the image, like this is something which that looks like, and we need to click on that. So that is basically related to image automation. And then it's native Citrix, which is basically Citrix plugin. I'm sure Citrix works with is quite commonly used. That is software which is used to connect to a virtual machine. If we are using that application to use connect to a machine, then we can use native Citrix or recorder to automate things on that particular machine. So this is something about the theory of that particular, I would say, UiPath recorders available. Though this is just a theory, I know no one wants to get in the actual definition of it unless and until they are supposed to type it somewhere. But the main idea is to understand what is what, like basic is what, desktop is what, and all those things. So this is something which is related to the theory part. But first things regarding this session, I'll make it as much as practical possible. We'll be spending a lot of time in studio, and also will be more than happy to just see if people can interact and just comment anything which they find concerning or confusing, or maybe just have any question. Please feel free to drop that in the comment, the chat window, and we will look at it in frequent intervals. So this is about the session, like what I actually intend to do. So now going to the studio, I'm sure last time Sean had the session, and he introduced everyone with the UiPath Studio, how it looks like and how things go around it. So anyone in this session who doesn't have a studio installed or has some issue with the studio, I mean, because sometimes I encourage everyone to actually start using it for some of the other reason. So anyone has any reason or anything which is stopping them to use Studio on their system? You can just put like the one who has issues can put in the chat so that we can have a look. Otherwise, we can just consider everyone is good to go. Perfect. I think so. Sean has done some really good work. Everyone is having UiPath Studio and stuff. That's really a great thing. So So now coming to the piece which I was saying that the recorders are available and there are different types of recorders. So coming to basic recorders first, as I mentioned, when you click on something like as you're doing some activity and you're uh, recording it, it will just record in a way in a activity that is a click activity. Like if you're clicking somewhere, it will record it in a click activity. And that click activity will definitely have a selector. That selector is basically the eye of that robot. So again, it's loading now. So this is basically the eye of that particular robot. You can see it has apps. Like these are basically the I would say elements which are identified as which can help us to identify that particular element uniquely. So these all things combinedly will help us to help robot to identify which browser or which button should we click actually. This is basically just an example. We'll just go through the running part of it as well. So you can see it has app that is chrome.exe, it has class that chrome.widget win. The title, this is actually the title of that particular page which was opened when I clicked open this, like created this letter. And it will have other parameters which we will see in the UI flow how to do them. So now we'll just see it in action, starting with basic recording, and then we'll just go down the line for other recorders as well. And before we start with this, just want to understand. Last time actually Sean showed how to install it, but there is something called the design experience. So there are two types of designs available in UiPath for you to use that is basically related to the activities. So there are certain activities which are uh, migrated to modern design experience. So whenever you open your UFO studio and you don't see something like this in creating data scraping and something similar to this, we can actually go here in the settings and just turn off the modern design, and that will actually just reload these project, and you will have all these things in the classic design experience. So why we are going through classic design experience? There are two reasons. Firstly, you should understand how that base was created, and that will help you to just relate to everything which you would do in modern design or maybe in other version of Studio, that is Studio X. And second reason is that it is most commonly used. Though we are migrating everywhere and people are getting upgraded to newer design experience, that is modern design experience, there is there is something which will take time for everyone to get enclosed in that bracket and start using modern experience. So that is the reason for me using this classic experience just to showcase its capabilities. But we will definitely have another I have also created something for modern experience design. This is actually a project which I've made available just for just for showcasing the modern design. So if you open your studio and you go to settings, if this is on, that means it is your modern design experience is switched on, and that will like something which you can go ahead with. Otherwise, I suggest for following up with me, you can just switch off this, go to classic mode, just like I have been here, and we can do the things together so that we understand the base clearly, and then we can maybe have some look or maybe some hands-on on modern experience, modern design experience as well. So that's something about the design experience. So I encourage everyone who is actually having the UiPath Studio already installed, just do open it so that we can go along with the steps which I'm doing, so that we also ask any doubt in between, and we have, if we have anything to discuss on, we can do that as well. So please, just yeah. So Reza has asked, like, are we using classic design? So yeah, for the first few showcase, we will be using classic one, and then we'll switch to the modern one, because I think classic is something which will be used majority of the time by everyone, and that also gives a clear idea about how the base was created for any of the selector or maybe the recorder. That's something which I'll do, and yeah, Esther has mentioned about me speaking fast. So I'll definitely try to slow the pace down, and we'll just keep that in mind. Thank you so much, both of you. So now we will be seeing the recorders, and the first one is basic recorder. So what I'll do, I'll just do the step which will be recorded by the robot, and then we'll see how that is being created by you. So I'll just hit basic, and you can see that. Okay, so I'll just minimize everything so that you can just see this. Yeah. So this is something which is a basic recording, which it looks like. I'll just hit record and it will start that. So for this, just the demo, what I'll do, I'll just open this application here. So I just click on record. And which can be used. So maybe this is a sample notepad file which I created just to have something handy to be showcased when it comes to recording something. So you can see this has a couple of buttons, and if we just do this, that is the maximize button. That is the button which can maximize this window. It will basically record it and perform that action. So the UiPath recorder has clicked on like recorded that click and also has performed that action. So that this is something which you can see it is a maximize screen now. Okay, so now this is just one activity which we have done. But if you want to again have something else needs to be clicked, opened, or even typed into, we can do that. Like in this recorder, we have multiple options. You can see it is asking for an anchor. That basically means you can define something which can help it to identify the UI element. So now you can see it has opened that file window, and if I click on, for example, save just a demo so that you can just follow along. So now I'll just hit the escape button, which will ask me whether the recording is completed or we need to do something else also. So as you can see, there are a couple of other options also on the right, with other than record and save and exit. Start, I basically will start something, will like it will be recorded also. It will start new app and perform the next action. If I go here, you can see that start and close app is an option. If I click on close app, basically it will just take this notepad window, and if you have seen that it is closed actually, this is something which will be performed as a part of automation which we are recording. Okay, so now I'll just hit save and exit just to make everyone aware. Like, okay, so putting that in the platform once. So this is that file which we have used the recorder on. So now you can see this is something which we have done, right? This is something which we have done as a part of that step which we were doing on that particular notepad file. It has first maximized it. It has clicked on the file menu using an anchor. Anchor is basically something to identify where that file button will lie. We have just identified that icon of that notepad. So UiPath has taken that as an anchor and corresponding action, that is clicking on file and then clicking on save. These are the recorded steps by the UiPath recorder. And if I just hit it again, it will perform the exact same thing. So just to showcase that first, then we'll deep dive into select this. So once you hit the run button, I'm sure you have already done some of the hands-on last time. So it will just first compile it just to see if there is any error, and then it will run it. Okay, actually, it was slow, but yeah. Now it is running, and we'll just at the bottom, on the bottom, you can see that. So it has clicked on that, it has identified that answer, clicked on that activity and clicked save. So I've put that highlight on so that everyone can actually see that in front of them also. So it has done the same thing as we have recorded it. So now we'll just see how it was recorded by UiPath. So just to start with, first was, as I mentioned, whatever we do, it will record that thing. So as we have clicked, it has created a click activity. And you can see that also it has recorded the standard static name like push button for maximize. That is basically something which that UI element has a name on it. So it has done this click activity generation. And as I mentioned about the selector, we'll just now start exploring that piece. So selector was created for that application so that UiPath can understand where it needs to click. So you can see this. This is basically a selector which is an XML file. This XML container. Everything which we say as a selector is basically an XML container which has certain tags. So that tags will help us to help robot to identify where it needs to be clicked. So you can see this is a Windows tag, Windows app tag, and it has value as Notepad exe. So the robot will understand that Notepad exe is something which it needs to target. Then it has class, that is another attribute for that application, that is Notepad. Then it is a title that is basically a file name. If you see this file name, you can see that sample text is the name. And then you can see the control link, like the attributes of the, like if you notice this first line, it is basically the identification for this entire window. That is Notepad class, sorry, the app name, application name, window name, and also the title. These three will help UiPath to understand what is the window or which it needs to target. And now coming to the second line, it is basically the button which we need to click. So you can see this button is basically the maximize button, and it is having a role as push button, like it is something which is tagged to it. So now what we will do, we'll just open this UI selector in this selector in a UI Explorer. So there are a couple of ways to open UI Explorer. You can directly hit here, like you have open in UI Explorer. And for example, you have opened this minimized version, you have an option here itself, open in UI Explorer. So if you click on this, it will basically open UI Explorer. So now, as we have seen what is selector as a concept, now UI Explorer is basically to help you to create the most dynamic selector which is possible, or maybe just to alter it in a way that is more feasible for you. And why, when I say dynamic basically means if we need to perform certain steps on multiple Notepad applications by opening it one by one, we will have the title changed, right? This title will not be same for everything. So what we can do, we can alter it here so that it can handle everything. So how we can handle that? One way is to have that as a wildcard as a whole. Like title can be anything, but it should actually be identified by the robot. So what we can do, we can just put it as star. What is star? Why we have put that star in that value? So as I mentioned, that tag and value should have a valid field so that robot can identify it. So the title tag here has a value of star. That is a wildcard. That means anything in that title component can be used in this particular selector. So if this is one file which I have identified, and I just hit the validate button. So if you've noticed earlier this button was green, now it has turned to yellow. This means that it needs to be revalidated. So that was the state which was validated green. This is a state which is requiring revalidation. That is, I would say, yellow. And if I hit this, it is loading. It was gray when it was loading basically, and now it is again green. So why it is green? Because we have just changed the title as a wildcard, title's value as a wildcard. So now if I open any other file also, for example, I open a new file, and if you can see, this is a new file which doesn't have a title. It is untitled basically. But if I hit enter, it will again still validate it. Why? Because we have used wildcard to identify the application, Notepad application. So anything which is in Notepad application, no matter what is the file name, this selector which we have created will be able to identify that particular window and this button, because this button will be any which way obviously common to everything, but the title will be not the same. So if I now do this, so if I now go again and indicate elements, so if you are in this window or maybe the minimal version of selector, so you can see a button which is indicate element. So if, for example, you have not used the recorder and there is nothing here, for example, then you would have used indicate element to create that select. So what we will do just for the practice, we will just indicate element, click on indicate element, and now we'll select that maximize button again for this file, this particular file. So now you can see everything else is same because it's actually basically a most standard application, and that's why it has limited number of I would say field here. But again, if we can see everything else is static, only this has changed. Now you can see it is untitled and notepad. So for example, if I just again go to the same file which we have just seen a few minutes back, let's open it. So you can see that if I go on validating this, it will fail. So it is failed because that particular window is not available according to the robot. Why? Because we have a condition in the selector that title has a value untitled notepad, that is a blank notepad file. And we can't see that here, and hence the robot also cannot see that there. So again, so now I'm sure everyone understands why this UI Explorer is useful. We can create more dynamic tags here, which can help us to identify different windows with like different values of certain particular attributes, that so that we can interact with multiple windows. So this use case can be useful if you want to interact with multiple iterations. Like there are 10 records, like 10 notepad files, you want to open it one by one and perform certain action in that. What you can do, you can make the title as dynamic by putting it star, and then just perform the required action on all the other files, so that you don't need to create a different selector for each of the files. This is kind of like creating a dynamic selector that can handle multiple files at once. So now I'll just put it as star again, just to make sure it validates it, not to validate it. And if you've noticed this, this selector button's color, now it is green, that means it is validated. I'm sure that so you notice there are three other things. That is, one is red, obviously that is not validated. There is something which happens when you actually alter the row selector, that is like this. It happens to be yellow, which is basically it requires validation. And if we hit that, it will turn to be gray for some time. That gray basically means revalidating. You can see it is revalidating, and now it is again validating. So these are the stages of this states of this validate button in UI Explorer. So now if we hit save, you can see it has changed. Uh, it will change the value here also, and then we can just click OK. So this was a deep dive on how that click button is created by UiPath, and how we can do it, how we can actually alter it to suit our need. Like as I mentioned, that sample use case, we want to open multiple notepad files and perform certain action. So the recorder will help you to create this selector. But what you can do, you can just alter that parameter so that it can suit your requirement of opening multiple notepad, and it can be handled using one activity itself. Not you need not to create multiple activities. So this is something which was generated by UiPath recorder. But if you see, and I'm sure you remember with from the session with Sean, there are activities here in the activity panel. If you search click activities, that is something which robot has created, you can see this is a blank one. And if you just indicate on, like this is the indicate on screen, which will ask you to highlight that or maybe select that element which you want to actually uh, use for this click activity. So you can see if I hit that, it has created this selector. Again, you can see it has got the same value for the activity name also. And yeah, this is the XML selector which is created by you when you have actually done that selection. So this way we can actually just make robot understand where to click and what to click. So that's what I was mentioning about the selectors part. So selectors are nothing but it is actually eyes for the robot to identify the elements. And as I mentioned, it is an XML fragment. It is an XML tag which is having value and like key and value pair, which will help UiPath to understand where it needs to click. And why we have this tag? Because every UI element, no matter it is an application or a web page, it will have some or the other identification that is used to create it. For example, if we go to like any page, like for someone I was searching for the challenge. Okay, so if we go on this page, and this is basically a web page, and whoever has created this web page might have used a couple of languages that will help to make this web page look as it looks now. The primary thing which I'm highlighting here is that everything here has something in the background which can help UiPath to identify it as a like unique element. So whoever was the developer of this web page, they might have used HTML to create tags that can help to basically make this work items tag look like what it is looking now. So that will that is basically the tags that are the basic tags which will be used by UiPath also to identify that. So you can see here. So this is actually the inspect element of Chrome, nothing rocket science. You can just hit F12 or maybe click right click and open inspect element. You can just say this is basically a work items tag which is created as this header, like in this H1 header tag. So those who are into a bit of HTML, H1 is basically something which is very common. Those who are not, is basically a web tag, HTML tag, which is used to create a header. So work items being the header of this page, the developer of this page has used that H1 tag and given the required values. So I'm just showing this because you need to understand like why that selector is creating that element in that form, because that any application, no matter application is a desktop application or a web page, it is also having that tags in the background. That is the same tag which you will use to identify that element so that it can be interacted by UiPath robot itself. So this is about the selector and one bit about UI Explorer. We'll just actually deep dive again in UI Explorer because that is the most important thing which we need to understand if we are a RP developers. That is something which will take a lot of time to maybe just sometimes tweak the UI Explorer to get the required things done. But again, it will be just something which you need to solve as a developer, that make a UI selector that will handle the needs as you want. This is about these two things. So what we have done so far, just to have a touch point, what we have done, we have used the basic recording. It has created this selector individually. We can see these are individual selectors. And what it has basically, how it has done that, it has basically created that activity on its own, that is the click activity, and created that selector which will identify, which will help robot to identify that UI element. And we have seen a bit about how we can tweak that UI Explorer, how we can tweak that selector in the UI Explorer so that we can suit our needs. And this is pretty much about the introduction to basic recording. So anyone have anything to mention or ask here? And I'll be more than happy to hear if someone is actually following up, or maybe if someone has any difficulty in following up, please do mention in the chat or maybe people. So anyone trying it out with, as in when we go with the session, anyone has the studio open and trying it out? Okay, I think there's no response as of now. Not sure, maybe it was mentioned or not, but please do participate in all the let's make it as interactive as possible so that we can just identify who is actually the person who is the most impactful one in the session. Now, I'm sure in the Sean session also, we have supplied those goodies to the ones who have actually been more interactive and also won that mentee squeeze at the end, which also we have in this session. But nevertheless, please, not for just the prizes, but please make sure you interact as much as possible so that you can get the doubts clear and also just help us to confirm everything is actually going on track and people are actually understanding. So again, I'll just give a couple of minutes again, just if anyone has anything to mention or is anyone trying it out or anyone has any issue in trying it out with me, if someone has opened that your studio. Okay, it is too fast. So, Hamid, have you opened the UiPath studio? I mean, just to sample that. Maybe I mean you can actually unmute so that you can just do it quickly. Uh, Pudra, like people can like participants can actually unmute and speak, right? I mean, Sisi or Pudra can confirm if participants can actually unmute themselves and speak, right?
Yes, Mr. Rahul. So can
Okay.
you repeat your?
Yep, perfect. I got it. So thanks. So yeah, maybe if you can unmute yourself, please feel free to do that. And we can just walk through what has been missed. Okay. Anyone else trying it out on studio and finding it difficult because we can just go through whatever you have done and you're stuck with. Anyone? Okay. So okay, I'll be a bit again slow, but please feel free to actually put in the chat or just unmute yourself and speak if you need to actually, if you have any difficulty in following up with this. So now I'll just go back to this. And as I mentioned about the basic recording, it has created this individual selector that is basically a selector which has everything. That means it has the basic application information also. That is what is the app and all those and the attribute which we need to actually click. Now, if we go to desktop recording, we'll encourage everyone to actually have this open so that we can just do it together. So please open your UiPath Studio and the calculator on your system. This is the application which can be actually commonly found, so we are using that just to have the concepts clear. So please actually just consider opening the UiPath Studio. Okay. So when we say desktop recordings, it will be actually the same thing that is like same as a concept that we will just perform the things on our system. It will be recorded, but it will have a container for any application which we are using. So in this case, if we are using only one application, and that is calculator application, it will have a container that is attached window. Attached window is a container which will actually contain all the selectors in it. That basically means there will be one application which is the target application, which will have this attached window of activity. every activity will be enclosed in this. That means if you just go to this selector, for example, it will let you know that this is the application. You can see it has highlighted also. So this button here actually will help you to identify that on the screen itself. If it is validated, obviously. If it is validated, you can just hit this and it will highlight that application using the selector which you have created in. So you can see it is basically only the application which is getting highlighted, right? Only the application getting highlighted because that activity has Windows app name and app ID on only in its container, and also the title, obviously, that calculator application. So these are the identifications which are used to identify a window. So if you remember in the basic recording also, we have mentioned that the first line is actually the identification of that window. So the first line is something which will help developer to understand which window it needs to target. The same goes here. It is just that it has a different and activity altogether. That is attached window activity, which has that container. Okay, so that container will have that window identification element, and in that, like you can see, all these activities are enclosed in this. So this activity basically will be enclosed in this. That means every activity is being interacting with the same application. So if I open this element, if I open the element selector of this element, you can see the first line is grayed out. You can see it is not editable here because it is basically the container which we are working in. So this is the container for calculator which we just saw on the attached window selector. And this is not editable here because it is a static one. It is grayed out because it is something which we can't edit here. And why we can't edit here? Because we have enclosed this activity, this click activity in attached window container. So this is basically about this. So this, so you can see this, the first line, when the application one, and the remaining are just to identify that particular element which we are trying to click. So this basically is a key, like clear button which we use in calculator. If I highlight this, you can see it is highlighting the CE separately. That means it is able to identify the CE button because it is visible on screen obviously, and also the selector is valid. So now if I just go here and if you see how many activities are there, so you can see this, all this activity will be just like the ones which we just saw. It will have the first line as grayed out, that is basically the selector of that container, and the remaining one will be just to you know highlight that, sorry, identify that particular button on that particular application. So what this is doing, it's not doing something great. Just clicking on a few of the buttons in the, I would say, clear calculator activity. And how we can do that similarly, we can just do the same thing as we have done for the basic recording. It is just that it will enclose everything in a container. So I just hit the desktop recording. You can see it has a similar window here. It just has a couple of more options because we might have to just copy certain things or maybe enter some text in between, like type. Okay, so what we will do, we will just hit the record button and we'll just perform certain clicks here so that we can just get concept clear at how it is actually clicking. Okay, so now I just hit this record. The recording will start because you can see this on the top left corner. There is something called the identification, like element identification window. You can see on the bottom right now. You can see it has certain a couple of options as well there. So you can cancel selection by escape, select after delay, select region, UI framework. So these are the actually options very for the particular select I would say window which is there. So I'll just click on this. That is the clear button. You can see this. Okay. So once I click on that, it will perform that action, which is like currently already it is clear, so it is not performing anything special. I'll click on this hamburger sign, and I'll just click on this programmer uh, option, and then maybe I'll just click on this one so that we can just see some values on. Okay. So this is something which we'll do now, just to get the concept clear. I'll just now hit escape because you can see cancel selection is basically done using escape. We can see that on the top left corner. It is the escape button which will help us to get out of the recording mode. Now we can see that it has actually recorded few of the steps and it is asking for do you want to save and exit or record further. If you want to record further, you can simply click record again and start the next steps. But if you're done, you can just click save and exit and it will come back here. So now, as I showed you in the data which I've already created to demonstrate it, you can see that the selector is having the first selector is the window identification XML format, like XML tag, and you can see this attached window itself has been created. That is because it is a desktop recording, and desktop recording generates this kind of a I would say structure. It will have one common application, which is having certain application, certain activity performed on that application included in that same container. So you can see that the next activity, which is inside that container, the first line will be grayed out, but the remaining one will have a value that can identify that button uniquely. So this is something about this particular text of recording. Now it helps us to come to a point where we can actually, get, I would say, introduced to the concept. Okay, so I'm sure this is done. I'll just go here and wait for them. So this brings us to the concept of use application or browser. So as I mentioned, this is actually attached window, or maybe it can be attached browser down the line when we use web recorder. So why we are like why we are discussing this subject? Because this will help us to identify which is a partial and which is a full selector. So when I say that there is a selector which is identifying the application as a whole, and then we have activities which will identify separate buttons in that particular application, we are creating two levels of actually identification. First is the common layer that is actually the application, and then individual clicks, individual button elements. So why? What this is? What is this basically? This is basically a container which is calling out everything which is inside it. So if we open the selector which is inside the container, this can be called as a partial selector because this doesn't have the entire identification of one particular element. So for example, if I just copy this entire thing, okay, and just call it as a, I would say selector, it will not work. Why? Because we don't have an identification for the application where this button falls under. So if we don't know which application it is belonging, like if the robot doesn't know which application to target, it will not be able to identify that element even though it is in front of if it is visible on the screen. Okay, so this is why we call this as a partial selector, because this is a selector which is enclosed inside a container, that is an attached window container in this case. Okay, so this is partial selector, and if we go to this basic recording, or maybe if we go to any activity which we drag and drop and create, you can see the first line is not grayed out. We can edit that also. And if I select everything, it is select. If I select everything, it will be uniquely capable of selecting anything on this that particular element on this page. So, for example, I just create a click element just for showcasing the same button. So if I click on this CE, just for an example, you can see that the buttons is same. It is just that this will have all the, you can see the first line is not grayed out. It is also editable, it is valid here. And it has the button level attribute also, which can identify that elements uniquely. So this alone activity is capable of doing that identification. Whereas this activity which is enclosed in this requires this to be there. If we actually just get that selector out of this particular application window, that is view the application window, we will not be able to actually just identify that element on the screen because basically it is not having any application header. You can see it is not having any header, so it cannot identify it. Even though we click validate, it will not do that. Okay, this is because it is not having the application level header in the selector, and that is because we have used this desktop recording to create it, and recording has created the attachment window container and put that selector inside it. So now it is valid inside the container only. You can see, okay, so this is not getting validated. I have changed the layout here. So you can see it is actually identifying that C now because we have the application name. So is it clear like how we have created this attached, like how this attached window works, like what is partial and full selector? Anyone have any doubt or confusion? And Hamim, I'm hoping that this is a bit better. I mean, I'm again slowing down my speed, so I hope this is fine with you. So anything anyone wants to confirm or clarify? Okay, perfect. I'll just take the silence and nothing is going wrong. But please feel free to put in chat if something is confusing for you or you are not able to follow along. Okay, so this is about now the desktop recording. So desktop recording is something which will help us to create this kind of structure that is the attached window container or attached browser as we will see in the web recording, and the individual activities which are identifying that particular UI element inside that particular application. So this is about this. Now we'll just switch to web recorder. So just like the desktop recorder, it will create this similar structure. It is just that instead of attached browser, we will have attached window in this. So you can see this is basically an open browser activity which will open this website, which is a test website for UiPath, which has certain good features just so that we can just try it out whether we are able to automate that or maybe just we can just test our knowledge there. It's basically I would say testing arena for everything you learn. So this is an application. This is a web portal which will be opened by this particular recorder, and then it will just perform certain clicks inside that. So regarding that particular application, this is the application which it has the access, the URL for acme-test.uipath.com, and this is something which will be open, and then it will click few of the items here so that we can see it is working as we want it. Okay. So now if we just see the structure of this, it will be similar to the one which is text we saw in the desktop recorder. It has one parent element. You can see this contains, which is the web attached browser container, which is currently including in this particular URL. And if you put or click on any selector which is inside that container, it will have the similar structure. You can see the first line is grayed out. We cannot edit it. We have certain elements that can identify that button inside it, but the first line is something which is common for every activity inside it. So every activity will have first line as that because that is something which robot needs to identify that application first, and then there are activities, there are XML tags which will help us to identify that individual element on that. So this is about that web recorder. So what we can do, we can maybe just have a walkthrough for that together. So if you have the recorder or maybe you have a open, what you can do, you can just follow along. Just click on web recorder and this something which will be open. So what you can do, you have open browser option here, which was not there in the application basic recorder. What you can do here, you can just actually open a browser by mentioning the URL. So for example, in this case, if we just click on open browser, it will ask us which tab you are referring to. If you select this, it will just ask and confirm whether this is the one you want to open. You can see this URL. This is actually a URL window which is highlighting, which is confirming whether this is the URL you are highlighting. If you click on OK, it will actually record it. It has already recorded it. And now if you record steps, it will just follow along and create the activities which we do inside that browser activity. So now I'll just hit record and click on work items. It'll actually record that and also perform it. So now it will just open it. So this is something which is the window which comes up the work items. And now you can just see, or if you can just hit escape, it will just stop that recording window and you can just go back to studio by hitting save and exit. So if you remember, we have used that use browser activity and it has asked to verify what is the URL. So this is the URL that you open on its own, and then you just click on this work item. Actually, click on it. So now if I just run this workflow, basically it will just open that Acme window on its own and click on work items. So just try running again. You can see it has opened that on its own. And now it is clicking on the work items. So now it has, yeah, this is something which we wanted to automate, and that's what we recorded, and that's what we both learned and created this entire sequence which will help us to do that. So again, if you open this, which is just now created, you can see that first line is grayed out, which is uneditable. That is because we are enclosed, we are having this activity enclosed in the browser, attached browser activity. And the remaining part is just the attribute name of that particular, the XML tag which should be used to identify that application or that button, work items button. So you can see a name, that is attribute name. So this will be a common element, or a name is something which we see very commonly being used in a selector because it's quite static and very reliable to be used in a selector. So when I say reliable, that means if there was an action tag here which is actually referring to a value that can change on every iteration or maybe on different occasion of that particular screen. For example, if I refresh that page and there is a value in the selector which is changing, that is not a reliable element to be in a selector, because it might happen that when you record it, it is working, but when you run it, as it is a changing element, it will change at that time, and you will get that error that selector is not valid because there are certain values in the selector which are not matching to the one which we can see in the screen. So this is something which you need to just, I would say, practice. As then when you go along, you will understand which tag is more reliable. A name for sure will be every time there, parent ID and tag. So these are the three basic components, and it is very commonly being used in selectors to identify any elements. And that's how the selector is getting valid and it is being used to click on the required tag. So yep, that is about this. Anything anyone wants to again mention or clarify if someone is following on along? Okay, very nice question by Mohammed. Thanks. So desktop and web recording is useful if you want to have a task to be performed on a particular screen. So for example, you are creating a pod which will run on your system, but as you can see here, I have multiple applications open, and you can see there are a couple of instances of that applications open. So what we will be actually using, where we will be using desktop recording and basic recording. If, for example, there are a couple of instances of Notepad open, so what I'll do, I'll just do it right away. So I'll just open another instance of this notepad. So that can be this. So you can see this. This is another instance of notepad, and both has this maximize button. For example, we are dealing with any application which has common elements in it, but we want to make sure that we want to perform the action on this sample text file only. So when we go to the basic recorder, it will basically record the it will basically record that particular XML in a selector. I'll open it in UI Explorer database. So you can see this is something which we have recorded just now. And to make it dynamic, if I click like this here and validate it, it will validate it, 100% will validate. But the problem is it will just see what is the most, I would say, upmost window. So in this case, if we have this particular first line that is identifying the window, if it is identifying only one window, then it is fine. But if it is possible that it can identify more than one window. So in this case, if we have something else open on top of it, it might identify that also. You can see. So this is actually a common behavior because it is identifying the two things. So if I open so now if you can see, it is identifying the same button here also. So the robot will identify that button 100%, but it will not be always possible for the robot to identify which screen it needs to be clicked if we don't have the first header in there. So for example, if you are recording couple of steps, not just one button like we are doing for testing, but if you are recording couple of steps and that steps are supposed to be performed on only one window, that will be measured over time the case, then in that case we will have to go, or we should prefer as a best practice the desktop recorder, so that it can actually enclose everything in one container. So the robot will just identify that one application and perform all the action inside that one. It will not perform or not get confused if a similar instance of that application is already open in the background, so that it can actually have the confusion where it needs to click. Because it might happen that there are two instances of that application open, and both have the button which the robot is trained to click on. So it might happen that it sometimes click on this application and then it goes to the another application, clicks that button. So that activities which we have created as a flow will not be performed in one particular application. It will be just might be sometimes restricted. That is why we will have to actually consider desktop recording for that cases, and web recorder if we have multiple instances. For example, we have a couple of web browsers, Chrome tabs open here, just like I'll just click and open another one. So the same goes with this. If we have basic recording enabled and there are two windows which has Acme tab open, it might happen that few clicks robot performs here and few clicks will be performed there, because both of them have the same title and the same UI. Because no matter how many elements or how many instances you open for Acme, that Acme will have the same screen at every instance. So you can see that so you can see both of them have the same screen. It is very likely to be a case that robot can actually get not could not identify which one is the correct one, because the selector will be valid for both. It is just that if we have an attached window for this particular screen, it will be easy for robot to click every like have every click performed on this particular screen and not even go to this screen, because this is something which is not in that encapsulated windows. So this is something which is the advantage. We can identify the elements uniquely uh, and in one particular application without being confused by any other instance of that application which is open in parallel. And also it gives us the visibility of this partial selector. So that partial selector actually basically is helpful. If you have understood that concept, it is creating one selector only for the container, that is the title of that, sorry, the application identification, and remaining one only have the remaining part. So this is again a good practice to have, that the repetitive part is basically contained, like it's converted to a container, and everything which is dynamic for every other button is considered as a unique selector. This is again kind of like reusability of the same selector. Like same selector is used for every same selector element is used for everything which is enclosed in it. This is another advantage of using desktop recording, and also web recording is on the similar line because it is having a similar structure created by UiPath. So I hope this answers the question, Mohammed. Anything you want to still ask or clarify? Was it clear? Okay, Mohammed, you can maybe type in the chat or maybe unmute to say if you have any comments further on this. Okay, maybe Mohammed can reply once see this is for me to reply. If there is any issue, you can let us know, or maybe the host. Okay, so that was about the recordings which are feasible to be used on day-to-day basis. As I mentioned about the remaining parts, it is on the Citrix side that is basically connecting to a, I would say, remote server and doing an automation, which is, I would say, can be considered later because something you'll have to set up as a virtual machine and all those things. Currently, which we can do is something basic recording with and web recording. That's what we did now, and I hope people are actually following it along. And if not, then please let us know if you have any issue in using your studio to perform this action. Okay, so yep, that was about the recording stages. I think we can just go back to these quickly just to have some theory to be actually covered, I would say. So if you remember, this is very important, like attributes and what all stage selector has. I'm sure we discussed in depth till now about the selector which we have come across with. And this is UI Explorer, again, a very useful tool because in this you can have multiple options, maybe make the value dynamic, select any other element. You can have any other element selected in that particular window, which is not already selected automatically, because robot will select something which is best according to it when the recording is started, or maybe when you indicate that element. But if you want to tweak it, you can just go to UI Explorer and just see whether there is any other better candidate to be in the selector. And this is something which you'll learn as a part of your experience. If you can see a name in the selector, which is in the screenshot, you can see that a name is not currently selected in that. But what you can do, if you select that in a checkbox, using this checkbox, it will be included here. And again, it will again, I mean, if you validate it, but it will be a valid tag which will be added to the selector. So just by selecting this checkbox, you'll be able to just alter the selector also and make it more dynamic and more, I would say, robust in case of multiple instances, or maybe just trying it out with multiple files. So this is something which you can do in UI Explorer. Very important screen actually for everyone who is going to do UI automation, which is I think most of you will be doing. And yep, that is about the UI Explorer to get started. Now we'll just touch the data scraping part. Data scraping is basically an extraction of structured data from any of the screen on your laptop or like PC, basically. So when I say structure, I'll just open Acme one, just starter. So when I say structured data, that includes something which is actually visible in the form of a pattern. So when I say pattern, now it is in this screen, it is a table. And if I just go to another tab and maybe I'll just search, for example, Amazon. So now you can see these results, the ones which are actually I'm highlighting. These are basically the patterns. These are the headers of it. So this is also a structured data because this web page, this web result page, which we have got after hitting Amazon, we have certain elements as the parent element, and there are certain child elements to it. Child and parents can be identified using this, like by seeing this indentation also. It has some space. So basically, this is the parent element. These are just the quick tags for that particular website that is containing it in it. So, so this is also, I would say, considered as a structured data. This, if you go on extraction using data scraping, this is very much possible. You can extract the first line of every like every title which is in this search result. So we'll start with this similar one, this table. It is very much structured. You can see it has a certain number of rows and columns. So UiPath paying with the UI automation primarily, as I mentioned, it has certain already built-in functionalities to get the data in a more easier way. So what we'll do, we'll just see the data scraping result now. So if you are using the classic design, as I suggested, you will see a button data scraping here. If you're if you will be using the modern design, you will have a similar, I would say, button which will be table extraction. Again, it is for the structured data extraction both. And nevertheless, what you can do, you can just go to no matter which design you are using. The design is basically just an I would say layer which is created by UiPath to make it more user friendly. No matter which design you are using, you can anytime just search here structured or maybe like extract structured data, and you can see we will have an option of extract structured data here. So this is actually an activity which falls under this I would say package. You can see your automation is a package. Then it comes under text scraping and extract data, structured data. That is basically something which is same as data scraping wizard, which is available directly in the design tab. And this is classic UI. This is classic modern design, and modern design will have table scraping. Okay, so now scraping, that's data or table scraping, it is used for extracting structured data. So you can see it also, if you hover on it, you can see what is actually is used for extract structured data from a browser application or document to a data table. So now we'll just hit that and we'll see what can we do with it. So now if you just see, it has select a value on like all this series. Basically, it is asking you which data you are referring to. So now if I just click next and highlight that first element of the table, okay, this is very commonly built, like this is basically a table which is built using TD tags and very much well maintained. It is able to identify that entirely at once. So you can see you selected a table cell. Would you like to extract the data from that full table? So if you do yes, it will basically extract everything which is there on that table. So you can see these are the entries which are in the background. It has extracted everything in one go just by actually highlighting that one element because it was a structured data. Okay, so again, just to people so that people can follow up. If we use data scraping or table scraping in modern design, you can just see by trying it out to identify one element of a table, and it will ask you this. And if you do this, it will if you just click next by accepting that you want to extract the whole table, it will actually extract the whole table. So this is something which is structured data extraction from a table. So now, just to make sure, a couple of attributes here. You can see maximum number of results, and you can see 0 for all. So this is by default 100. If you put 0 here, it will extract everything, no matter if it is more than 100 also. And now, for example, if you want to just, if like this is pretty much it, right? This is something which is in that table. All the columns are extracted. So I think this is pretty much it. We'll just hit finish. now it will ask us whether it has data spanning. So what does this mean? That if there are multiple pages, as we can see, there are multiple pages in this case. Yes. So if you want to have the data extracted for all the pages in one go itself, by like the robot will just visit every page and do the extraction. So you need to indicate an element that helps us or will help a robot to go to the next page. So you can see that in the dialog box itself, is data spanning multiple pages. Identify the element that navigates to the next page. Okay, it could be the next button. It is also actually mentioning that, or a arrow, not a page number. Okay, so this is something which you can actually understand from this widget itself. If we hit yes, it will ask us that element. In this case, this arrow is something which is helping us to go to the next tab, right? So we'll just hit this, and now it is, I would say, done. So I'm going to leave this part. So now you can see data scraping has generated attached window containers. If so, if you're with me, you understand like this attached window browser is basically to identify that particular window where the action needs to be performed. And there is a activity, as I mentioned, extract structured data activity. That is the activity created by this data scraping wizard, and it has extracted that data. It will extract that data in this. So now you can just go along with me and maybe just try it out on the same website or maybe any other website where you can see a table. And I'll also just highlight a couple of properties here. What you can see here is basically the output, which is basically the most important thing. The output will be stored in this particular variable. It is a data table, obviously, because the table which we are extracting will have rows and columns, right? It is a structured data. And if we see a couple of other useful tags or I will say properties, you can see delay between pages in milliseconds. So if you have noticed that, like robot will take care of it on its own also, but if you want to have a delay between two pages extraction, you can mention that here. And again, if you want to just have the selector altered, you can just go here and just see. In this case, it is very much simple. It is having only one tag table that is actually because the web page was created, I would say, very efficiently. If we click on highlight here, it will highlight that table because that table is the container which has been identified by UiPath to extract for extraction. So in structured data, it will highlight one entire container which has that structured data. In this case, it is the table. So it is highlighting the entire table. So extract structured data will have the container selected using like container value in this particular panel. Okay. So okay, no problem, Mohammed. I'm hoping you are with us again. So this is about the structured data extraction for tables. Okay. So anyone with any doubt or anything which they are facing difficulty with? Perfect. So now what will is this? Yeah, functional difference, not at all, Reza. It is not at all different. It is just that it is more user-friendly in modern design. They are more focused on citizen developer. I would be very specific. Citizen developer means the ones who doesn't have any background of programming knowledge or functional knowledge of how the application works. But it is exactly doing the same thing as I'm mentioning that I'm first going through classic design because that is something which is more commonly used and it is something which is very, I would say, basic to understand. Same things as I mentioned about data scraping here, the same is there table scraping. I'll actually do that quick overview of what is there in the modern design also. But I'll definitely encourage to just go with the classic one as we go along with this, I would say demos, and then it'll be good to actually explore the modern design part. But again, it's up to individual choice, which you think is more comfortable with you, if it is modern and well and good. If you think that classic is something which is more standard for you, you can go stick with classic for now. But again, eventually we are like again, down the line we have modern design isn't focused as a main concept, but for that you need to understand the basics first. So that's the reason I chose to have a classic design as a primary one, and then we'll just go quickly to modern design. No function difference at all, really. It is exactly the same. It is doing the exact same. So you can just see, if you want, I can go on the modern design just to see, just to make sure, just to showcase that how identical it is. So if you can see, this is the same button, table abstraction. So you can just say it is just more user friendly. You have a couple of more attributes here. So you can just say click add new column or just to extract the data. You can just see it is actually highlighting the one which I'm going to. I just hit and just left click on that. So now you can just see the same similar, but I would say text. Would you like to extract all the column from the table? If yes, you can just see everything else will be actually just I would say highlighted, or I would say extracted to highlight. So you can see extract data multiple pages. You can see a toggle here. If it is yes, it will just ask you to highlight that button. So let's put this on the side. So this is again asking you to highlight that button, which will help us to go to the next page. And this is that button. And it is again recording that. So now this is the modern design table extraction, which is similar to data scraping in the classic design. Do the exact same thing. You can see the next button and every column is been selected. If I hit save and close, exact same circle will be generated. You can see this container which will have that attached window in the selector. And you will have this exact data table, which will be actually the again, if you want to see the selector also, it will be exactly same. You can see. And again, there are a couple of things like the basic parameters are the same for the document spanner also. There will be different pages, number of items, and the number of items. If it is zero, I'm sure by now everyone knows. If it is zero, that means it will extract everything. You can see the maximum number of results to be extracted and these values supposed to be given. And if it is zero, that means everything which is there on the table or maybe the screen is spanning will be extracted. So this is the modern design piece for the same thing. And coming back to data scraping, I'm sure this is now clear how it works for tables. Now what we'll do, we'll just delete this part and we'll just see how it works for uh, which for the data which doesn't look like a table. So as I mentioned, like if we search Amazon, it gives us result. So maybe what we'll do, we'll just open some search results which will help us to create a pattern. So for example, if I search iPhone 14 here, I'll just shorten the pages because so you can see this is the result, and um, okay, so this is the search results. Again, it is not looking like a table, but this is a structured data. Why? Because everything is enclosed in one container, one by one. You can see this is one container which has image on the left, couple of text on the right. Same goes with every other entity, other entry in the same page. So in this case also, we will call it as a structured data. And how we extract it, we will extract it using the same thing, that is data scraping. If you click on next and just highlight the first element. So this is something which is the name of that particular product. I think it will be sensible to extract this, obviously. Now you can see to create a pattern, you need to indicate a similar field, preferable, the last in collection. So it is preferable to select the last one, but again, you can select the second element itself as well. So in this case, what we will do, we need to create a pattern to let the robot know what we are looking at. So if we are looking at extracting all the name of product which are in the search result, we will just highlight the next product name, that is this one. So if you see, it has brought us the extract text and extract URL also. So firstly, I'll just change the name of this column, which will be the name of the product, right? And for now, what we'll do, we'll also, as this is a web page, we will extract the URL of it. So I'll just rename, I'm just renaming the column so that we are on track with that also. So if I click on next, you can see it will extract all the names in that page and the URL. So it is extracting on its own because it is a structured data and we have given the pattern that needs to be extracted. So we have identified two elements that help the robot to create that pattern. And that pattern has helped us to extract the entire structured data which falls under this pattern which we have given. That is basically the name of the product and with the URL of that one. Because if we hover over it, it is asking us like it is a hyperlink. Okay, that means if we click on this, it will open something new. So that is basically the hyperlink. Okay, perfect. Reza, if you have used modern design, it will be better. And if it is suiting you, more than happy if you can stick to that. Again, I'll just go with a quick overview how we relate both of the designs. But yeah, more than happy if you can stick to anyone which is more comfortable. So yeah, this is about the name and URL part. So now, for example, if you want to add another attribute, for example, the price of every entry which comes with the search result, we can actually just click on this extract correlated data. That basically means if anything else that falls in the same pattern, if you want to extract it, you will have to go to this extract correlated data and just highlight that. So now we will highlight the price. So now again, it will ask you for the pattern. You can just click next and you need to select the similar element in the next container. So this is one container which has this many elements. You can see by highlighting this, so many elements are there. And this is the similar structure here as well. So if you want to create a pattern, we will have to click on the price itself. But what if we click on something else which is not in the same rank? So if you see, it will not be able to identify that correctly. You can see some of the prices are identified and some of them are not because we gave the wrong pattern. So now if we go back here to the first extracted result that has the name and URL, and again click on correlated data, and now we'll select correctly both of the elements that are the price, and we'll give the name also price so that we are not confused when we paste it. So now if we click next and you see in the last column, we will have the price only. So everything which has price will be displayed in the last column. And we can actually use this data table to basically generate an Excel file. That is basically an Excel file which has the search results for iPhone 14 with a filter get it today. And that will be something we can call it as structured data extraction for a web page which has a structured data in form like something like this which we have seen. Okay, so if we hit finish, again it is asking for the same thing. Do we have page span? And yes, we do have it here also. You can see it, it's here. We'll just click yes and highlight that. And now you can see that the similar structure is created as we saw in the table case. We have uppermost element, that is the application level element extracted in this open browser, attached browser activity. That attached browser is the content. And in that container, we have the enclosed activity, which is extract data, structure data, which has this particular selector. So again, this basic selector is identifying that particular header of that, like basically the header of that result, that is the name of that thing. And just to mention, if we run this, okay, it will go to each page on its own because we have given that multi-span field. So just for this, like for the testing also, we can do this. So what we'll do, we'll just hit the run button after adding one element, that is one activity that is right range, because this will help us to understand whether it is extracting the data or not. So we will have right range activity, that is the workbook activity, which is used to actually generate uh, Excel files. So we'll just create a local file, maybe temp.xlx. So this is basically the field where we need to give the path. I have just given temp.xlsx. That means it will just create the file in the same folder where this UiPath file is. Okay. We'll just give the sheet name as sheet one maybe. We'll give the starting cell as A1. And the data table, as you can see, the output of this panning, the data extraction of the scraping is stored in this particular container. We will just put this here. You can see it will just do this. It will be enough information for creating that right range, like suffice or the, I would say, basic definition of this. Okay, it is supplied or it was loading actually. So now we have supplied all the mandatory fields for this right range activity. Right range activity, what it does basically, if you have a data table that stores a tabular data, you then paste it in the Excel, and you need to just give the paths, the sheet names, and the cell where you need to paste it. So now what we will do, we will just basically hit the uh, debug button currently, because I want you to just see what is being highlighted. So the file is being compiled. Once it is compiled, it will start running. And what it will do when it has started running, it will basically extract all the uh, product names which are in the search page. You can see it has clicked on next button. That is this. You can see on the top left corner, it's going to next button or next pages, which is 49 to 64 page. Now it is 65 to 70, which is the end of result. So robot will identify itself what is the end of result, because that next button will not be there anymore. So now that extraction has been performed, you can go to the last thing, and you can see this next button is visible. This will be a identification for the bot to stop going to the next thing and the next page, or maybe stop clicking on the next button because it is visible, and it will just create the data out of whatever it has extracted till now. So now it has extracted everything. It has stopped. You can see it has stopped working. Oh, sorry, it has completed the execution. So as I mentioned, that it will create the file in this same folder on this. So if you go to project tabs, you can see dependencies, the files which are in the same folder. If you click on File Explorer, it will actually open that folder where the file, the UiPath file resides. So you can see this is a folder in my system where this file resides, or the UiPath file which we are working on, XAML. And you can see the temp is created here. So if I open this, it will have that data extracted in this particular file. Opening action. Okay, it's in my system just slow, but okay, finally. So you can see are the search results which were there on that screen, and it is accepted 44 results, and you can see these are the price. So the thing is, it doesn't have that column header which we have given because of one miss which I did here. So when I use the right ring activity, I forgot to click on this add headers. If you hover over this, you can just see if your first row is the header in your data table, then it will just add that header also. Okay, by default it is unchecked. You need to check it on by your own and then run it. If you run it again, maybe we can do it again just by deleting the files so that we have that. So I'll just delete it for now, and we'll just maybe go to the same results as we just got. So this is the same results that we have got. And what we do, we'll just go here. If you want to check whether your selector is still valid, you can just go to edit selector and see, and you will understand that it is still valid. You can see this is the area where the extraction is happening for the fields which we highlighted to create a pattern. Now, if I run this again, so the green button is there. That means the robot is running. You can see it is clicking on next page on its phone and extracting the data of every page. This is the last page. So now it has completed that extraction. It is just converting the extraction into a data table and then pasting the data table in that Excel. Then take Excel. So till the time this green button is there, that means the robot is running. Once the code is finished, we will see the file output. So now it has completed. The green button has vanished. If we just refresh here, or for example, if we just refresh the content here itself, so that you don't want to go to the file explorer and do the. You can see the 10 pixels is created. I just open it by double clicking on it. And this time it should have headers because I checked that radio button. So let's check. So you can see name you are being price. This is something which we have given as a header. So this is expected. So you can see this is expected for all the entries which are there in that particular pages. Okay. So now if we just go here, you can see the addition this line. Okay. That is actually just standard which is given more resolution, but the concept is till the time next button is visible, the robot will click on that and extract whatever comes under the same pattern for this page. So in this page also the same pattern follows. We have a couple of tags. It will extract the same. It will be able to extract the table. The structured data as we have intended to do. Okay, so this is about the structured data extraction. Again, I'm sure that we are clear that the table extension will do the exact same thing. And even the app and web recorder will do the exact same thing which we have seen here. It will be not at all of a difference. But yes, we'll just have a quick overview in some time of that also. So this is about the data scraping part, which is basically extracting the structured data. And whenever we extract the data, we can actually anytime create, manipulate, or I would say perform certain tasks on that so that we can just get the expected result. So as you can see, this is the data table which is created, which is containing the expected result. So what if I just wanted to perform certain actions on that? So if I want to just see what is the count of it, so I'm sure there is already, maybe I'll use a message box. So what I'll do, I'll just wish to have how many results were extracted. So what we can do, we can just add the syntax like the extract data table, that is the variable name. Then we'll just see what is the rows and we'll just count them. So again, not to be scared about this syntax, it's just a like .NET function rows, which has callback value, or I would say the like some functionality in it that is count. So what it will do, it will just check how many rows are there and get the count of it for you in the message box. Okay, so again, it is actually loading. That's why we like that. So So now actually that count will be in string format. So we can just do this also so that it is again in string because message box accepts the value as string only. So now if we run that robot again for the similar condition, just again something else. Okay, so you can say it's open the page, but this interface which will work. And this time, if I just hit the button to extract that, it will go on and extracting everything, and then will come to us by giving us the row count. Okay, so we'll keep it as it is, and we'll just hit run. And by the time it is running and doing the same thing as we saw, please feel free to just mention in the chat whether you are following up with us or maybe you have any doubt or confusion in using or understanding any of the things related to this. So this is basically extraction of structured data. We are using structured data on Amazon website that has the results and structured data with the search results are being extracted by robot. So anyone with any doubt or anything they are trying to understand how to do, please do mention in the chat. Use the mouse that a sample it. So just because one quick note, just because it is a UI automation, and if you have a UI element, basically robot was about to click on something or maybe going to interact with some button, and you move that particular button or like you move that screen or you click on some screen which has made that button disappear or something. Basically, that you have automation will fail because that was something which was not planned for the robot, right? So when you are using your automation, it has some clicks on it. Please and you know, follow that whether to just to stay away from the mouse so that nothing hampers its execution. So I think it was something which I know now, but let's see if it fails again. Otherwise, let's see what is the error goes. Okay, I think there is some error again. I'm just down this. Okay, so you can say that this is because of the parent component being changed. So I think so now you can see that this is not a valid selector. That's why it is actually failing. The reason being that these two elements which are there, one of them is not, one of them or both of them are not actually sufficing the condition that can help the robot to identify that screen. So in this case, obviously that first is actually being thrown that will be the correct one. This is something which you need to change. So we have just couple of options to go ahead with the troubleshoot. Because actually it's something which is better happen. So maybe we can troubleshoot in this way. So what I do, I just first copy this just to have that in memory and do this. So I'm sure you remember at the start we have discussed that how we can just make this selected dynamic by changing the values to wildcard. So now you can see it is having star, that means it is actually able to identify anything, any tab which has Chrome in it. If you highlight it, it will highlight this. That means it is highlighting Chrome, not sure which title, because there are a couple of instances open. So you can see 1, 2, and there is another one open here. So these are the 3 tabs, and hence the robot is confused which tag we are referring to. So in this case, what we can do, we can just uh, first we just try to verify if it is failing with the actual result. We can actually just replace half of the part of it. So so if we just replace half of the part, that means till Amazon.in and then put a star. That means any Chrome tab which has Amazon.in open, no matter what is the remaining title of that page. In this case, it was iPhone 14 for us because it was actually the previous previously loaded. Now, if it would be anything else, if it is Amazon.in, it will validate. So now it is validated, and if we highlight it, it will highlight this page. You can see it is highlighting this particular page which has Amazon site. You can see it is having that red thing in the corner. That means it is highlighting that. So this is a good example just to see how we can actually make it more and more robust. So if we would have put in blindly just a star, it would have failed multiple of the time, most of the time, because we have a couple of other instances open. And now again a catch is that if we have a couple of instances open for Amazon.in also, then I think we have to make it more dynamic by putting the name itself or maybe some more elements after the title. Okay, so that the robot can identify that particular screen individually. So now, just for example, I'll just put it like the same value it was having originally, just to show another way how we can actually rectify that. So now we have a button repair. So what repair will do, it will just see whether the current element and the element which we will highlight now has majority of the I would say part common. And if there is some minor difference in that, it will basically replace that with white bar. So now what we'll do, we'll just repair it and we'll highlight the screen. You can see this entire screen is getting highlighted. I'm sure it is visible. So I'll just do that, and you can see selector was updated to match the live element. So now it is green, it is validated, and now you can see the robot itself has added that star. That star is basically a wildcard which robot added itself. So we would have added that manually as we did last time, but by using repair, what it did, it actually just created the dynamic selector on its own by adding that star. But what the repair does, it just verifies whether the selector element and this new selector element which is selected, whether they match like almost or not. If it is almost a match and some part of there which is in the start or end and is changing, then it will just add that stuff. So in this way, we can actually correct that particular, like we can just vary that selector and then it should work. We can just see that inside element also. So now it is validated. So what we'll do is run this quickly. So this is a good example just to have that repair in your mind as well. So that repair will help you to make selectors work if it is requiring fewer or two tweaks, and that will be a good help to you. So now you can see it is working. It is going to different pages and extracting the data. And as we have added a message box, we will see that message box giving us the value of the search results. So now the extraction is stopped. You can see the page end of the page as end of the search result is reached. And we will just convert that in the data table and let us know the row count in the message box as we have put in there. You can see that 32 is something which the robot has caught up for the value of rows. That means whatever the robot has extracted, it has 32 rows in it. So this right range has failed because of the reason that it is already opened here. You can see. We'll actually have to close this so that it can be either over or might be over. So yeah, that is the reason it has failed, because you can see in the error itself the process cannot access this file because it is being used by another process. That means actually it was currently open, and that's what we saw. It was open actually. So this is about the structured data extraction using data scraping. I'm hoping everyone is clear with this. And if someone has any doubt, please feel free to put in the chat. We'll just quickly go through screen scraping and then we'll go through the concept. Like we just have a summary of whatever we have done, and then we'll have a quick Menti game so that we can decide like who can get in level swag for this session. And I'm hoping that everyone is following along so that they can answer the questions which are there. It's really basic, and that's something which I think everyone can answer. It will be kind of like who can answer it faster. So again, now starting with screen scraping. So in this section, in this screen scraping, if the data which we want to extract from a screen visible to us, it's not having any pattern. So basically, if it is not structured, it will fall under screen scraping if you want to extract everything. So what we can do, we can have a normal extraction of a screen. What we can do, we can just click on screen scraping, highlight the entire like page. For example, in this page, and that screen scraping wizard will help us to get the entire text which is in this page. You can see everything is highlighted. Everything is extracted. So if it would have been the case that there is no structured data and you want to extract everything that, or maybe you want to extract that whatever is the brand value, you can just extract that. So what you can do, you can extract the entire text of the screen just by using screen scraping, store it in text variable, and then you can perform text manipulation to get the required value. Why it is required? Because there was no structure to the data. Hence, we will have to actually extract everything and do certain string manipulation. Like we will have to split it using a keyword, like just split it using the brand keyword. That will help us to identify where that brand keyword is. If something is being so the brand keyword will help us to just identify this line. If we split it using brand keyword, this will be one element and this will be another element. In that way, we can just see what is, and then if we have that brand and price, sorry, if we split it by price, the remaining container, we will get the value of apple and both. So just to see it in action, what we'll do, this is just a random example which I have done. So this screen, I'll just store it in a variable. So now you can see this screen scraping wizard here. I'll just maybe put it in the main one. Okay, so this is the screen scraping wizard. You can see it has extracted the full text. The text is again stored in this variable, that is a text variable. And if you have noticed, we have used screen scraping, so it has created get full text activity. So that get full text activity is used in a screen scraping wizard, like screen scraping container, which can extract the entire data from that particular screen which is visible here. Okay, so now as I was saying about this sacred functionality, it's the most commonly used string manipulation. What we'll do, we will just alter this text which is extracted. So just to go through it quickly, I'll just put as Chrome. And now I'll just use the split function again. If you don't know about anything about the programming knowledge, that is 100% fine, because this is something which you will learn eventually by trying and messing out with some of the use cases. So this split function will split a variable on the basis of a keyword which you perform, which you give. So now what I'll do, I'll just give the variable name, that is the one which we just saw, and we'll just split it using the brand keyword. So this will, what it will do, it will just split that entire text into two things, something which comes before brand and something which comes after brand. And if we give the location as one, that means the first and the second part, which part you want to actually just assign to this variable, basically to the second part, because as we saw, the apple and goat, that two keywords were after the brand. So that means the later part of that extraction split will have that particular value, and this will be about this thing. And what we'll do, we'll just copy the same thing for. So what we'll do, we'll just again split it, but this time we'll split it with the keyword price, and we'll just use the first part of it so that we'll understand what is actually the brand which are there. And if I just use a message box just to display the value, it should ideally have that brand, sorry, Apple and boat as value, because that is something which we just saw in the exception result. Just hoping there is no other brand in the text, because so now it will just do the same thing. It will just extract everything which is visible. You can see it has highlighted it, and now you can see Apple and both. These two are highlighted. So this was just an example to show how we can extract this data which is unstructured, and you can just extract that entire screen. Use some of the common functionalities like split and all the things which you will eventually learn. Doesn't require any programming expertise, and that will be it. You will be able to extract the required data. So just a quick side note on screen scraping. When you go down the line and gain some use cases which are quite advanced, you might end up having a use case which requires data to be extracted from a image. So now, till now, whatever we were doing, it was basically having a selector, valid selector. That means it was in front of us. We were able to use, I would say, we were able to click on that element. That's why it is called as native elements. All of them were native. We were able to click on it, and hence we were able to interact and create selectors very easily. But for example, if it is image like this is just a sample image I got from the internet. So if it's a click image like this, and if we, for example, go with the click activity and just try to highlight something, it will not do that, right? Because it is an image, it is not having an element. We can't click manually also on date of birth and extract the date of birth and all this. This is particularly an image, so we can't actually do that click activity or maybe any other activity like data scraping on that particular thing. Because if we do data, like go on data scraping, and if you want to consider it as an extraction, you can't even create a pattern because you can't even click on it. So that's why this thing will require something which is called as OCR extraction. So when you go to screen scraping, no matter if it is modern or classic design, both have the screen scraping option. Screen scraping, you can just see if it is actually highlighting that thing. If yes, you can just click on it. What it will do, it will just extract it using OCR. OCR is basically optical character recognition. It is basically a functionality that helps to convert image into text. So what it will do, it will read the image, tries to convert it in, will try to convert it into the, I would say, text format and store it in a text variable. So it is taking some time because of the OCR engine. Now, as you can see, everything which was here is extracted using OCR. So this is a good way. Now you can see, now you can actually copy paste it and do that. It was not possible here because it was an image. Now that you have done that screen scraping, now that you have used OCR engine and extracted that data, it is very much easy for you to play with this text and get the required data. So for example, if it was a requirement that you want to extract, there are 10,000 images like this, and you want to extract text name and the DOB, like the date of birth. So what you would have done, you would have actually opened it one by one by using any of the functionality which is very much feasible to use. But the extraction part, which is something you would have used using the screen scraper. So screen scraping result, again, no matter if you are in classic or modern design, the same functionalities are here. What you can do, you can just search get OCR text, because this is a scanned image. You can see UI automation OCR screen scraping get OCR text, and that's something which is generated by the screen scraping wizard also. And then you can just get the entire data using OCR extraction in a variable. You can see this is a variable as created to store the data. This is OCR engine. So yeah, regarding the OCR engine, basically it is the responsible active, I would say responsible entity which is converting the image to text. To convert an image to a text, we need an OCR engine that will read it and tries to convert it into a text. So this is basically a tesseract, one of the OCR which is available by default in UiPath. There are other OCRs also available. What you can do if you are having a complex system which is requiring some of the extraction which is not clear, because if you see this image, it is 100% clear. If there would have been a case that this is scanned copy and it's not clear, it would have been very much difficult. So to try it out for a couple of OCRs, you can just do it by just changing the engine here. And if you can just see OCR, you can just search it here, and you can see there are a couple of engines already: Google, Microsoft, OCR, Japanese, Tesseract, document planning, and screen cap. I think this is screen optimization. This is the optimized screen OCR that is for entire screen. We have used Tesseract for this. That is the by default one. So what this will do, basically extract the data, and then what we are doing, we are using again very common string manipulation. What we are doing, we are splitting it using a new line. So as we have seen in the extraction result, it has created the same structure in the extracted way. So if we do a split using environment.new line, that is basically the container which has a new line, like if you press enter, that is actually sending a new line command, right? So if we split according to that, that means this one row will be one element of the split result. Second will be the second, third, and like one line will be one element of that particular split result. So once we split that, it will convert this into array. That is the split works. If you split one text, it will create an array of it, because if there are 10 instances of that, it will just create that 10 elements, because it needs to split it needs to split the text with every keyword of that which we have mentioned. So in this case, what we have done, you used environment of new line, that is basically a new line character, and then extracted the data using the similar function. So what it will do now, it will just do the extraction part using OCR. Let's minimize this so that you can highlight it. So this is just an image. It will just read it. You can see it was highlighted now. It is using Tesseract OCR to extract the data. And now it will just extract it. And it will now perform some manipulation which we have done. And you can see the name and the date of birth, the one which we were requiring. It has been extracted by that. So this is a good example if you want to just understand how scanned copies, or maybe how the PDFs which have image in it can be actually used for extraction. It can be used using OCR, and this is just a basic example, but more than happy if you can just explore other use cases from forum, or maybe if you can get from any of your friend who's working in UiPath, so that you can just explore the real-time use cases also. This is just to conceptualize it, like how it works. So this is something which is about screen scraping. So I hope this was again clear and very much relatable to you, like how you can do it. I'll just get back to this one small pointer from here, and then we will just switch to the game. Oops. So now we have seen that application browser and screen scraping also, and also the demos corresponding to it. I'm sure that at least you are having some of the points to get from this down session, that what can be the approach when you go with UI automation, and what it is when someone says that whether you can do UI automation, or what are the things you are aware of when it comes to UI automation. So these are all the couple of basics which can be the base of your journey when you go along with UiPath to do UI automation. So perfect. That was something about it. Anything related to the session, and also I would say anything related to RPA and UiPath in general. Just want to share a couple of pointers before I move to the game and the closer. There are many questions which are like the freshers have, like, I need to get into Europe, and where to start. And this is was one of the common name which is on the LinkedIn. Like, if you are newbie and you are worried about you have learning resources to start with, and not finding a common or maybe a centralized point to start with? The only answer is UiPath Forum, because UiPath Forum is having everything which person needs to get started and excel in UiPath. It has like you can ask answers freely, no matter if it is small, city, or bigger town. Feel free to just go to the forum and ask that. There are people who are active on the forum and will try to answer that as fast as quick as possible. There are links to useful portals, that is academy, community events. If you want to attend, this is very good. If you want to attend and get involved in any of the chapter, you can go there and just enroll for any of the events, virtual or in person. And there are official documentation links as well available there. Along with that, as I just mentioned, you can go to forum and just see automation use cases there. What this is basically, if you are not having any standard job yet, you are still studying, and you still want to try some real use case, not just like what we saw to like get the concept clear, but something which actually makes sense to solve a problem. You can just go to your forum, search for use cases, and maybe start by practicing there as well. There are some tutorials also created by community members, which helps you to understand the feature, product, or as a concept in a bit much more simpler or maybe relatable way that helps actually everyone to learn in more I would say effective manner. And there are last one is actually the job board. So there is also a board for the logging user. They can actually go there and just see what are openings are there for particular uh, their particular location or maybe company also. So So just to give an overview, like this is the forum homepage. So you can see the documentation is there, academic link is there, and if you scroll down, you can just see everything which I just mentioned, like the job code and use case repository, which is the most important thing. If you click on use case repository, you will just land up in a page which will have lots and lots of use cases which can write out on the wall. And this will be helping you to understand what the business is like and also challenge your learning path, that how you can actually excel in that particular I would say domain. If it is excellent automation, UI automation, or anything. So just please consider visiting it and giving it a try. That will be the best thing you can do to just get started with that. And yeah, these are the couple of other resources. That is, start with Yoga Academy, practice use cases, be active on forum and LinkedIn. That is something which is the most important advice to everyone who is actually getting out of college. Being on forum and LinkedIn will give you a visibility and exposure to a correct audience that can eventually help in your career to excel, get maybe job opportunities, and also to stay in touch with the technology you are working with. So being in UiPath and being active on forum and LinkedIn with the UiPath community, it will be the best thing you can actually do, because that is the way you will actually grow. That is the reason why everyone who is actually into the community is actually growing on a faster pace, because they are actually active there. They are linked to the technology in more than one way. So, and connect with members and mentors. And anytime you are actually free to, and like more than happy to just connect with you guys, not only me, but any of the community members and mentors which are there. The thing is, you should know your strengths and interests. If you're interested in one particular domain, for example, UI automation, Excel automation, or PDF automation, just know that, give it a challenge, excel it, and onto a level that you can call it, okay, this is something which is my core expertise, and this is something which I can do very well. And then you can share your knowledge and progress. So when I said being active on forum and LinkedIn, you can consider creating tutorial or maybe just sharing in text whatever you have learned and what you have got insights from it, so that you can just be a contributor as well. Maybe not a bigger one, smaller one, but just a contributor, because no contribution is small. Everything is helping anyone for everyone in one or the other. So there is you have a community mentorship program also. If you want to get enrolled to that, basically it is a mentors network which is created by UiPath. You can just go to UiPath forum, and as I've shown you, you can actually just have the links to the, I would say, so maybe you can just, okay, it's not as the I would say hyperlink yet. But yeah, what you can do, you can just search it here also. If there is a search button also, you can see join the UiPath Community Mentorship Program. You can just get enrolled in it freely. It's for free. You can connect with mentors that are the UiPath industry experts, and that will help you to actually get guidance directly from them, and also help you to learn the things which they are also actually getting into, and how they try to excel their knowledge currently. That is about the mentorship program. You consider the, trying that out also. So now we'll just have a couple of minutes break and we'll have a 5 minutes game, and that will be on mentees.com as we did in the last session, like as Sean did in the last session. And then we'll just call it a wrap by announcing the winner, whoever wins that. So I'm hoping that everyone is aligned with us till now. Everyone has got some of the other things cleared in their mind, like what is UI automation, what are the ways we can actually interact with UI, and what is something which you can do to just make our things go to work. Because if it was an image and you can't use data extraction, then you will have to go to screen scraping and use OCR and all. These are the ways you will actually expand your knowledge in the particular UI automation domain. Because UI just doesn't mean what is clickable; it is basically mean what is usable to you as a UI. So that is about it. I'll just stop screen sharing for a couple of minutes. We'll get that Mentee's questions displayed on this Mentee's screen displayed on the Zoom, and people can actually just uh, play along. But we'll just take 2 minutes break. Just one, like it's like 3 minutes from now that we'll start it. By that time, anyone wants to have anything to mention in the chat, more than happy to acknowledge that. And yep, if anything else wants to be clarified or confirmed, please feel free to use the chat window.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rahul, for sharing a lot about the RPA do UiPath. So I hope everyone here learn a lot from Mr. Rahul, because Mr. Rahul is one of the professional, one of the expert of the UiPath. Okay, so maybe we have still have time. Do you have any questions? You can put your or drop your questions in the Zoom chat if you have any questions. Okay, maybe you don't have any question because the explanation is and the discussion have been really well. So okay, maybe I will have to say thank you for Mr. for having here, for
So yeah,
letting your time in the weekend. so
yeah, we'll just
so
end up with
yeah.
this game with the Mentees one. I'll just put the link so that people can join that. And it'll be a quick one,
Oh,
so that we don't actually spend a lot of time on that. It's just a brush up for all few of the concepts which we did. So please, mentis.com, everyone knows that. Just go to the link and please join it. And just paste the link also so that everyone can join that. So,
yeah, you can contact.
so I've just pasted the link and the meeting room, sorry, the code which is required. And then I'll share my screen and maybe just see the 5 questions who can answer them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rahul. Anything you want to share?
Yeah, I'll just share that Menti screen now. It will take only 5 minutes to wrap it up. But in that way, we'll just come to know if people are actually aligned, or maybe it will just a quick activity just so that everyone can get in. Just a summary of what we have learned. So I'll just start the presentation just 1 minute.
All right.
I'm sharing my screen again, and we'll just start with the game. So I'm hoping everyone who can join have already joined. I can see 27, 28. So people do join this. I'm sure you know, like last time, whoever wins this will get the UiPath swag. So please do consider at least getting the answers right quickly as possible so that you can win. Okay, so it's 32 now. We'll just wait for 1 more minute before we start because people are joining. So anyone facing any difficulty in joining it, please let us know before we hit the start button. And then we'll actually just start it. I think 49 participants are there. So if that's it, we can just start it. Anyone facing difficulty, please mention it in the chat so that we know that. Otherwise, we'll start it. Okay, it is now 40. Okay, I think it's 41 now. I think I'm waiting more. So we'll just start the Mentis quiz. Please make sure this, as we have very simple questions and a lot of participants, it's also the time which you respond. No matter if you respond the correct answer, it should be the fastest one. So, all right. So let's play that. It will be very basic one, but again, just make sure you do it as quickly as possible. And yeah, all the best. Let's see who wins this one. So, wait, someone joining again. Okay, I'll just start now. All right. So, how many states are there for a selector? So, I'm sure people know how many states are there for a selector. We are seeing that colors also. Okay, so only 4 people have got that right because it is 4. If you remember that color also green, gray, yellow, and red. So that are the states. Now I'll just go to the next question.
Sir, to continue, you need to click the bottom left from the presentation.
So, I think it's that only.
The bottom left, there's
Sorry.
an arrow.
It's my bad. Yeah. This is the second question. I'll apologize for the delay. So, okay. So, how many ways you can access UI Explorer? So, for a selector, what are the ways you can access the UI Explorer? Because there are a couple of ways we saw it. Okay. All right. Most of them are got it right. So, thanks. Now the next question. So what is this an example of partial or full selector? So you can see that image which is in front of you, and it's very clear that which kind of selector it is. So yeah, it is a partial selector because we can see the first line was grayed out. So yep, majority got it correct. Uh, Now to the next question. So you can see this too. Let me screenshot. This is the last question to Excel the leaderboard. Just press enter, and yep, the last question. What is should be the value of number of rows if you want to select everything in a data scraping wizard? So if you have seen that thing, maximum number of results to be extracted, what should be the value to get everything, or maybe extract all the rows from there? So the 100 is not a correct answer, it is just extract 100. The correct answer is 0 because that will help us to extract everything. So I think you have seen that. So now we can see who have actually excelled the leaderboard. Okay, so Alfida, congratulations. So you will be getting a Java flag. So I hope that was a quick one, just basic one again. But congrats, Alfida, and it was really great interacting with you all. I'm sure it was a lot of things to digest, but if you have anything else to mention, comment, or reach out, just feel free and don't hesitate to reach out to me or maybe anyone of the UiPath mentors or anyone of the UiPath community members you see across on LinkedIn or forum, or maybe in the sessions down the line. So, yep, thank you so much, Sisi. Thank you so much, Putra, for hosting this kind of event. And yep, all the best for everyone who have actually joined and had an intention to get into UiPath. So feel free to reach out and see you around. And all the best. Thank you so much. Good day,
Okay,
everyone.
once again, thank you so much, Mr. Thank
All
you
right,
so
so
much, Mr. Rahul, for the insight and the knowledge that has been shared to everyone. So maybe before we finish this first session, we can take a picture together. Maybe.
yeah.
Please, everyone, turn on your camera. Yes. Please, everyone, turn on camera, and we will please easy to take a screen picture of us. So everyone, ayo.
Everyone is ready. Yes, slide 1, say cheese. Slide 2.
Cheese.
Okay, slide 3. Okay, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Rahul.
Thank you so much, Siti. We are on time. So, yep,
Okay,
see you
thank you.
around. Good day.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rahul. And everyone,
Yeah.
now we will have a break. So you can take a break, and maybe you can eat or you can refreshing, yeah. So and we will back at 4 p.m. To start the second session with Mr. Sean and Mr. Kenneth. So thank you, everyone. See you. Okay, hello everyone. So I hope everyone, all of you have come back from the break. Okay, so now we will start the second session. So we already have the trainer. The first is Mr. Kenneth Balobalo and Mr. Sean Chong. So before the session, I will share to you the resume of Mr. Sean and Mr. Kenneth. So Mr. Sean has more than 9 years of experience in the IT industry as well as experience in leading and setting up various RPA automation models for logistics, BPO, petrochemical, finance, and insurance. Currently, Mr. Sean is working as RPA solution architect at Ingram Macro. He has more than 6 years of experience in designing and architecting cost-effective and scalable RPA solution that get a sustainable competitive advantage, unlock synergies, leverage untapped efficiencies, align RPA for differentiation, and use innovation to increase or create a point of variance. And also, Mr. Sean is also 2 times UiPath MVP. So for the second, we have also Mr. Kenneth Balabalo, who has over 8 years of experience in the IT industry as well as over 7 years of experience in RPA professional services. He is a certified RPA professional on multiple RPA platform and has a broad knowledge and expertise in end-to-end RPA project setup. He has broad experience in delivering solutions for automation process and application development in an agile environment set up across multiple industries such as BPOs, logistics, petrochemical, banking and finance, government agencies, and non-profit organizations. Currently, Mr. Kenneth is working as an RP solution architect also in Ingram Micro Singapore, where he led professional pre-sales technical engagement for UiPath and designed cost-effective RPA solution to fit the client's needs and environments. And he also supports the client concern around technical capabilities. Mr. Kenneth also has been UiPath Advanced RPA Developer certified from last April 2021. And the for this session, the topic will be about UiPath email automation, data manipulation, and UiPath orchestrator, which will cover email automation using Outlook and Gmail, data manipulation, string manipulation, data manipulation, orchestrator, and publishing. So before we start the second session, I also want to remind all of the participants to be active, be proactive, asking questions to the trainer because once again you will not have any opportunities after this ICStar event. So for the first facilitator for the first trainer it will be Mr. Kenneth, and then after that the Mr. Sean Jerome will take over. So for Mr. Kenneth and Mr. Sean, the room is.
Thank you. Let me share my screen.
Thank you for the introduction, Putra.
Thank you, Peter. So I will share my screen now. All right. Okay. So good afternoon or good evening, everyone. So we will be tackling about UiPath email automation, data manipulation, and UiPath orchestrator today. So my name is Kenneth, and I'm with Sean. So here are the agenda for today's session. So we'll be tackling email automation. We'll explore about Outlook automation, Gmail automation. And on data manipulation, we will tackle string manipulation and data manipulation as well as orchestrator, how to publish, and we also have some demos. So now let's begin with the email automation. So email automation, so UiPath has a built-in mail automation capabilities. It has a mail activities pack, which is designed to facilitate the automation on any mail-related task. So it covers various protocols such as an IMAP, POP3, and SMTP. So UiPath also has some features that are specialized for working with Outlook and Exchange. So So there are activities which are group. First, it's under app integration. So these are the activities that covers various protocols such the IMAP, the Outlook, the POP3, and SMTP. So the Outlook activities are easy to configure because they do not require you to set up such servers, users, and other details. And they work also with the API of the desktop app and already existing Outlook applications. Okay. We also have another group, which is the integrations. So these are the new mail activities. So basically, these activities are originally initialized or initially designed for UiPath Studio X. Now they are incorporated also in the UiPath Studio. So it also has some activities that can automate Outlook, desktop app, Gmail, and the Outlook 365. So So now we will tackle what we can do with the Outlook first. So first we will talk about retrieving and filtering emails with Outlook. So with the Studio, you can quickly configure the Outlook activities here. These are the sum on the right side. These are the sum of the activities you can use, such as sending, saving, and then also moving the emails. Right? So we can retrieve the emails by using the get Outlook mail messages. So to categorize it, we can set Outlook mail categories, and we can also move the Outlook mail message and delete the email message accordingly. And then we can also filter when getting the Outlook mail messages by putting the subject, the sender email, and then the receive time as well. Later on, we will see how we can apply this. So there are also some Outlook activities that we can oops. Let me click next. Sorry. Yeah. So next is we can now send email using the Outlook. So we use this send Outlook mail message to send an email using your Outlook account. So you can also apply attachments because there's a attachments property, and you can also read the template, for example, a text file, and then pass it on to the email body. So it will be a standard email body. So next will be a demo, a quick demo about using email automation using Outlook. So let me switch my screen. And then let's go to the UiPath Studio. Hold on. Okay. So this is the UiPath Studio, right? So now we will create a process. So let's create a process here. And then let's name it as email automation Outlook. Okay. So what we will do now is we will do a retrieving and sorting of the emails using the Outlook. So it may take some time. All right. So now we have the project, right? So let's open the main workflow. Okay. So here we have a blank workspace. So we will go to variables and let's create let's first create a sequence here. Let's name it as Outlook. Okay, now we have a sequence. Then let's create a variable and we name it as an email subject. This will be a type of string. Okay. So inside our Outlook, we have a variable. Now we will drag and assign activity inside the Outlook sequence. Okay. And then on this, we will put our newly created variable, which is the email subject, and the two. And then on the set value field, I will put the word invoice like this. Okay. Now we will drag a get Outlook mail messages here. So we'll go to the app integration, the mail, then Outlook, then get Outlook mail messages. I'll just drag it here after the assign. So these are the properties. So on here, we will set the following. So on the account, we will put the email address that we are using. So I will type my email here. And put it on a string, meaning I'll put it inside the double quotes and click OK. So next, I will do is the mail folder will be set to inbox. So by default, it's on the inbox. Then maybe on the top, we'll use 10 emails here only. Okay. Now we will also tick here the mark as read checkbox. And then on the filter, this is how we will filter the emails with attachments and also have the invoice, have the subject name with invoice word. So here we will use like a SQL query. Okay, here. So I'll just type SQL here. So these are actually built-in filtering, which you can also view on the Microsoft website. So this one, what I'm doing right now is for the attachment. Okay. So this is only with email with attachments. So now I will add the email subject. So we will add the variable, the email subject, and then we need to close that query like this. And we'll click OK. Now we will create a variable here. And we will name it as email list. So this will create a variable with the type list mail message. Just like this. All right. Now after that, we'll now create or drag for each activity after the get Outlook. So let's just search for the for each here and drag it after. All right. Now we will set the type argument into system.net.mail message, because that's what the output of the get Outlook mail messages. Oops. mail message. Right. So we will type here the email list, and then I'll just change the wording here from item to mail. Okay. So inside the for each, we will add a save Outlook. Save Outlook mail message. So we will save the email. Okay. And then on the mail, we will type the mail. On the file name, we will create a folder here. On the project, we'll create a folder. This is where we will store the emails. So I'll create a data folder here. So the save to folder will be data slash, then inside that data, it will create a folder with the email subject. A subfolders, I mean. So on the file name, we will save the email as the mail subject. And then the save, the type will be the .smg, MSG. Now, we save the email. We will also save the attachments. So we'll drag a save attachments here. And then the folder path will be the data again, the data folder, and then also the subfolder with the mail subject as its name. Now for the mail message, we'll just type the mail. And then after saving the Outlook mail message and the attachments, we will now move the email. So here on the mail, we'll type again the email address. Okay, on the mail folder, we will type here inbox as RPA processed. And then also mail on the mail message property. Right. So we just created a process wherein it will get and filter the mail messages, and then loop on each email, save it, save the attachment, and then move to another folder. So I will just save, and then I will show you the Outlook also before I run. Yeah. All right. So we have 4 emails here. So 3 with attachments, and then 3 with attachments, and then 1 without. Okay. So by right, the robot will pick these 3 emails, save the emails, and then move it to another folder. Done. So it will move on the RPA process folder. All right. Oh. Let me just create the folder because it's missing. Yep. So it's under the inbox RPA process folder. Okay, now let's run the process. Let's go back and then run this. I will now just run the file. Okay, it's done. Hold on. Yeah. Yeah. So the email actually is case sensitive. So we'll just really change this. And let's try again. Oops. Okay, let me just adjust the filter.
Can it for the inbox? Is it in the inbox or it's a different folder?
It's an inbox, Sean.
Okay.
And let me just, I think I have a typo error here. So let's just try again. Oops. I think we can remove this part. All right. All right. All right. So now it get only the emails with filters, and then it moved those mails here. So you can see. Now let's check the folder, the project. So I'll just refresh this. Then let's open the project folder. Oh. Yeah. So here's the project folder actually. And if I open the data, it created 3 subfolders with the mail message and the attachment of the email inside. So that's how we retrieve, get the emails from our Outlook, and also sort the email and save the email as well and save the attachment. All right. Now let's create a sequence here, and I will show you how to send an email. So let's here send email _ Outlook. All right. So now we will go to the activities and drag in here a send Outlook mail message. So here, you can see here on the properties, this will be you can put the body of the email subject if you want. You can use an account here, and also the BCC, the CC, and the recipient as well. All right. So now, let's create some variables here. Okay, the email subject, the email recipient, then email body. All right. So we will just add these variables here. So the email subject, the email body goes to the body property, the email subject here on the subject property, and then on that 2 is the email recipient. All right. Okay. So I will also add an account here. So I'll just enter it manually. Is the email that you're using on your Outlook. All right. Then we will add assign activities atop of the send Outlook. So for the recipient, I will just enter my own email. So it will send an email to myself. And then on the email subject, just type here, RPA demo Outlook. Right. For the email body, we can type it here. So this is a sample email from a robot. So I'll just add a new line here using BB new line. Let's add 2 BB new lines here. All right, kind regards, UiPath robot. So this will be our email body, right? All right. So you can also set the importance if it's a low, normal, or high. And then if you want your email body to be a HTML, you can also take this checkbox. And if you want to save it only as draft, you tick the is draft property. All right. So for our demo, we will not use any attachments. Okay. So let's save it and let's try if it'll run. Okay. So I will now run the file. And then let's check on the Android if it's. Okay. So let's go to the Outlook. Still eating. All right. So here is a sample email that I pass it on. This is the email body or the body. The text we pass on the body property. And then also the recipient is myself. And then also the sender, because I use the account as my email. So the sender is also myself. So, right. So this is the Outlook automation or mail automation using Outlook. All right. So let's go back to the PowerPoint. Hold on. All right. Oops. All right. Apologies for that. All right. So now we will tackle the retrieving and filtering of emails with Gmail, right? So before we can retrieve the emails using the IMAP, so we need to get a set of credentials that we stored, for example, like the Windows Credential Manager. So on getting the Gmail's email, we use the get IMAP mail messages. So IMAP is only used for receiving messages, but there are also other features like moving the email to another folder. So for IMAP, we only have two activities, which is the get email and the move email. All right. So now we will do a quick demo on how we can do automation with Gmail. All right. So let me reshare my UiPath screen. All right. So let's go back here and let's create a new process. So we'll name it as email automation _ Gmail. So while loading, I will show you my Gmail. So I'll just read this so the robot will not pick it up later. All right. So we have 4 emails here. So before you automate, you need to make sure on your Gmail, you need to make sure that the IMAP is enabled. To do that, you need to go to settings. So on the Gmail, right, you go to this gear, the settings account, see all settings, and then it will bring you here. So you just go to forwarding IMAP and make sure this enable POP for all mail is selected, and then enable IMAP here is also selected, and then just save the changes. Right? So also you need to go to the security.google.com. So app passwords. So you need to generate an account here. Let me just log in so I can show you. So you need to create like this. So to do this, you just select other custom name, then put this as a name, then click on generate. Then it will show you this. So you just need to copy this file, add this password, and paste it on. Okay, but we'll use this. Yeah. So let me save. Sorry. You actually need to save this. Yep. Then just click on copy and then go back here. So let's go back to our code, right? And then let's open our main workflow. So let's just create let's drag here, use app. Or get username, password. Get username. Make sure your activities are updated to the latest version. So you just go to manage packages to do that. So it may take some time depending on your network.
But meanwhile, while this is loading, are there any questions? I noticed the chat box is a little bit quiet today. Just let us know if there are some questions, and then we'll answer it while this is loading.
So while waiting, so what's the difference of importance option in send Outlook? So it's like your ordinary email, right? If you want to send your emails as a high importance, so it will be like labeled like high importance. But if it's the ordinary email, you can set the importance to normal or only. So it's similar to sending emails manually. If you need to send the email with the high importance, you set the property or the importance property to high.
And typically, this will actually highlight in your mail as well. Like, for example, some have exclamation points and so on, or if it's in bold. So this is typically what it does. And then for everyone who might be thinking, there are some exercises still. It's just that we have to consolidate it in a way for you guys to be able to play around and at the same time get the most out of the 2 hour session. So there are some homework exercises that you would be receiving as well, and of course there would be some hands-on exercises as well in this session. It's just that it wouldn't be as many as the ones that we've had previously because of the lengthiness of the topic. Uh, but yes, you'll still have that hands-on as well available.
All right. So we just updated our package. So I'll just go to control panel to store our credentials. So on your control panel, you just search here for your Windows Credential Manager. This one. So here, just click on Windows, and then let's add a generic credential here. So here, and the internet or network address, you just type any. So I will just here Gmail credentials. So I'll just type here my email address. Then the 16-digit password that we generate earlier. So I'll just copy that. It's one time actually. So I just need to click OK here. So it's set here. So now we'll just use the get credentials. This one. So it's actually under the, let me search for the credentials. Let's try this one. Oh, no, not this one. So let's just search for the get credentials. Credentials.
Can you try get username and password? Get username slash password.
I think this one is different now, but yeah, we can try to use this. Yeah. So this one, get username, password X. So the credential name is the one that we enter here. Oops. So we create first a variable for the email. All right. Then the credential name is so it's string. So let's type the email credentials. So this is the name that we put on the what you call this, the credential manager. All right. All right. So now we will test if we are able to get the username. So I'll just put a message box here. Then just type here the Gmail credentials that the username. And then just quickly run this. Oh. Actually, it will show every time, but you can also set remember on this computer. Right. All right. So we're able to get the username now. So we will now, after getting the username, okay. After getting the username, we will now drag get IMAP mail messages. So we go to the app integration, go to mail, IMAP, then get IMAP. So here on the properties, so you can see here that there's a mail folder, the port, the server, client name, version, the email, password, and other properties. Okay. So the next thing we'll do is to set the properties of this get IMAP mail messages. So in the mail folder, we will set it as inbox because we want to get the email from the inbox. So for the port, it will be port 993 as a default. Oops. And then on the server, it will be set a string imap.google.com. Then let's just click OK. Then for the client name, we will skip it and the client version as well. But for the email, just type here the Gmail credentials, which is the output of the get username password X, and then that username. So it will pass on the username or the email. Now for the password, set the same Gmail credentials, but this time that password. So Gmail's that password. Okay. And then finally on the output, so we need the email list. So let's just create a variable here and type Gmail list. All right. Now we will drag again for each activity to look on the emails. So remember the output of each get email is actually a collection of emails. So you need to loop. So let's drag here. For each of type system.net.mail message and click OK. Oh, sorry, I don't think this is the not this one. So we need to look. So this one. System.net.mail message. Let's try this one. The parallel for each. So this one, then we'll just put the Gmail, not the Gmail credentials, but the Gmail list. Okay, so we will look for each mail inside. So here, so I will add now an if activity here inside the body, right? So if here, so if the mail subject, right, is, so I will just put the mail subject to a lowercase and check if it contains the word invoice. Okay, so if it contains the word invoice, so we will add a move IMAP mail message here, right? So the mail folder will be invoice processing. Oops, mail folder. Then here, we also set the port and then the server. So the port is always 993 and the server is always imap@google.com. The email here is the Gmail credentials, that username. And the password is always Gmail credentials that password. All right. And then the mail message will be mail. All right. So, all right, we set the properties. Now we'll go to the else part. On the else part, we'll add another if activity here. And then here, so if it's not an invoice, maybe it's an order. So let's check if it's for the orders or mail the subject that to lower again. Then this time it's for order. So we'll add another move photo here. The mail message is mail also. This time it's for order processing. Then we'll just set the other properties like the port, the server, and then the username and password. The email and the password. All right. Oh. All right. All right. So, all right. So we'll just get the credentials, then get the email, loop on it, and then move the email. If it's an invoice, move to invoice processing folder. Then if it's an order processing, it will move to order processing. So that's it. So I'll just save, and then we can now run. So hold on, I'll just copy the password. So, okay, let's run the file. All right, so I'll just type here. Oops. I'm up at google.com. I think I gave the wrong password. Okay, let's try to create another one, or can we edit this? No, we cannot. Yeah, let's try running it again. Yeah, I think we're having technical issues here because of the porting is being blocked by the port server. Yeah. So, but technically what will happen is these emails will be put inside these folders. Yeah. So it's like it will get all these emails, then check the email subject. So if it contains invoice, it will put the invoice processing. Then for order, if it contains order, it will now be put into the order processing folder. So apologize if we're having technical issues on this. I think I'm being blocked on my firewall. So let's just move on to the next topic. Oops. Which is data manipulation. Yes, Sean?
Yeah, so just wanted to highlight and thank you, Kenneth, for showing that one. I just wanted to highlight a few things with regard to using the credentials. Kenneth is just trying to show that it is possible to use with Windows Credentials Manager. But overall, since you'll have access to UiPath Orchestrator, we will always leverage, or it is suggested to leverage on UiPath Orchestrator, which we will be also showing you in the next few minutes. So Kenneth, with regard to data manipulation, we can show them the methods, I believe.
Yes. I
And
will.
then
Just share my screen. All right. So next topic will be data manipulation. So for this session, we'll discuss two types of data manipulation, which is string manipulation and date time. So first, we'll tackle about the string manipulation. So let's first define what is string. So strings are the data type that is corresponding to text, and then you can use the text to concatenate it or manipulate it to be passed on another value. So full list of the string methods can be found on this link. So so actually the string manipulations is we use the bb.net string methods. So the string methods is borrowed from that. So the common, next slide. All right. So these are the common string methods. So the first one is the string.concat. So it concatenates the string representations of two specified objects. For example, you have two variables of type string and you want to combine them. So you just use string.concat, then the variable, the first variable, and then the second variable, or the text number 1 and then text number 2. And then the output of that will be the concatenated text. So the contains, if you notice, I used that earlier on the if condition. So on checking the email subject. So this is just checking if a part or if a text occurred in the substring. So let's say this is a text message. You have a string on that. If you want to check the var name contains the word text, so it will just return true or false. The string.format, it just converts the value of objects to string. For example, string.format 0 is 1. So the content of variable name 1 will be put on the 0, and then the content of the variable name 2 will be put onto 1. So it's like putting the variables inside the another string. So index of is just returning an index based on the first occurrence of a specified character or string within this instance. So the string that index of and then the character, so will return the zero-based index. So if it's the first letter, it returns 0, and then so on and so forth. Then we also have the last index of. So similar to index of, but this one returns the last occurrence of the character or string. And then we also have replace. So if you want to replace a substring in a string, all occurrences, then you need to use var, the variable that replace. Then you indicate which word you want to replace, followed by which text you want to put it with. Then we also have a split. So this just split the string into substrings. Given a separator, you just indicate the separator, then which index you want to. So the output of this will be an array because you split the string into substrings. Then finally, the last most common string methods will be a substring, which extracts the substring from a string by giving a starting index and the length. So if you have a variable and you want to get the substring of it, you just put the starting index and then the length of that. So the output will be of type string. So next will be a quick demo on how to do data manipulation. So let me just share my UiPath again. All right. So let me create another project here and name it as data manipulation.
Or can you just create a sequence so that it doesn't load anymore?
Sure. We can also
Mm.
create another sequence. So data manipulation string. All right. So here we have a blank here. So yeah. Okay. So we will create a variables here. So the first one will be input data, the string. Then the second one will be an index text to find. So I will put it as an integer and then default value to -1. Then I will just put here, let's say, an email address, part 1, then email address part 2. All right. Then lastly, I'll just put a temp index here of type integer and also just put some default value. So mostly what we'll do is use assign activities. So here I just initialize the input data. So here, this is my email address. All right. So that this is my email address, john.doe@localcompany.com. Thanks. So now we'll drag another assign activity, okay, which is the index to find. This time we will use the index of. So input data that index of, then the add sign. All right. Now next is we add an if activity here. And then we set a condition here. So if the input text to find is still equal to -1, which is that it means there's no add sign. So it will do nothing. But if it's inside, then we'll drag it here. Drag another if. So, or we just point a right line here. There is no email address found. Okay. So on the if, we'll just add here oh, sorry. We just drag a assign. So the email part 1 is the input data, then the substring from the beginning until the index to find. Then we put another assign here. Okay. This is still the same. This time we just get the substring. The email part 1, that last substring, plus index of space. So this will just get the text from the last phrase until the at sign. Now let's put email part. Let's get the part 2. Then this will be the input data. Now we'll just get the text after the at sign. So data x to power n plus 1. Then that's that. So another one, we forgot the input temp index. So the temp index will just determine if there's a words after the at sign. So email part 2 at index of space. All right. So now here, temp index equal to -1. Then on the then part, put an if activity or assign activity. So here it will be part 2, email part 2. Then substring, meaning there's no other words after the email address. Then on the else part, also add assign activity here. Then input data that substring. Oops. Extend to point plus 1, and then the temp index. All right. So finally, we'll add a message box saying the email address is email address part 1 at email address part 2. All right, let's save and then run this file. Okay, I can close this browser. All right. So now it captured the email, which is the johndoe@localcompany.com. So we just use the substrings, the last index of, the index of, to get the email address from this string. So that's the string manipulation.
Great.
So next
That's good.
topic will be.
Ken, I think there's a question in the chat box.
Yes.
So
What is meaning of -1 on text to find? So I just set that as a default value, meaning, for example, this one, we get the index of the at sign, right? If it's not changed, so the value remains as the -1. So that's my checker only. If there's a email address or not, or I mean, yeah. Just checking if there's an at sign here on these strings. If there's no at sign, meaning there's no email address. So the default value never changed. But if did change, then it find that character or string. Yeah. That's why I put default values for these two integers.
okay.
All right.
I hope that clarifies,
Mhm.
Mohammed. So let's proceed with UiPath Orchestrator.
Oh yeah, sure.
Mhm.
I can just quickly explain the date time. Should we?
Okay. So we have quite a number of things to tackle. Yeah, if you can quickly run through it,
Yes, sure.
then yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I'll just quickly explain this, but I will not do a demo for this because it's similar to the uh, string. Okay. So let me just share my screen again for the PowerPoint, I mean. Yeah. Sorry about that. All right. I hope you're seeing the PowerPoint. Okay. So we also have the date time. So date time automation, you can also manipulate. This is a of date time variable, and then enables you to store information about dates, time. So similar to string manipulation. So it's being done by a methods borrowed from VB.NET. So there's a list of invariant culture data formats, which can be found on this link. So there are only few common datetime methods. So we just use this datetime var that to string to format a string into a datetime into a string format. So let's say you have a date, you capture a date from a website and it's in a different format. You want to format it in a date, month, year, or in this format. You just use that to string that the format you desire. So so capital M for months, a small m for minutes, capital H for hours, and small s for seconds. Datetime thus parse is just converting objects of a string to a datetime format. So this method only works for invariant culture time formatting variations. You can also subtract two dates by performing datetime subtract. And then you can also get an absolute value. So for example, your subtract result is a negative. You use math.abs to get an absolute value. Let's say the result is -5 and you want to display it as 5. You use that math.abs. So yeah. So this is the common datetime methods you can use for datetime manipulation. So that's it. I'll pass it on to Sean to discuss the orchestrator.
Thank you so much, Kenneth. Thank you for that. I just wanted to ask everyone, am I audible? If I can get like a yes there or a thumbs up. Yeah, so let's see if I'm audible. Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone. So I'll be sharing my screen and let me know if you're able to see it. Basically what we are going to talk about would be UiPath Orchestrator. And basically what's in it for us when we talk about UiPath Orchestrator itself. So UiPath Orchestrator is actually the server component of the overall UiPath platform. Just to give a little bit more background about it, let's say when UiPath started to be well known, there are only three products, like what I mentioned last two weeks back. It's the Orchestrator, the Studio, and the Robot. So Orchestrator has remained a very vital component within the UiPath platform because it actually allows you to manage automations, robots, and various entities related to the UiPath Orchestrator. Good thing about it is it's actually accessible via on-premise or via cloud. It's just basically a web interface. I would say what differentiates it among other products is you actually have access to it via apps as well. I mean, App Store, Google Play. So when you actually have UiPath with you, you can also use your phones to actually trigger bots to run and so on. So that's one of the key features that I like the most. But going on to the features, what does it do? So it actually provides you role-based access control, meaning you're able to allocate certain access to various, let's say, team members within the organization, depending on the role. You're actually able to segregate, let's say, into different tenants. I won't go deep into the tenants, but basically it provides segregation, let's say, within organizations, so that you can have a secure automation within, let's say, a certain group, which doesn't access other groups as well. Folders is similar, is providing that safety net. Similar to tenants, it's just that it's within folders are within a tenant, and you can actually segregate it according to, let's say, various, let's say, groups also within the organization. So it's just a further segregation. You're also able to run workflows developed in Studio, published in Orchestrator, using unattended robots, and of course, manage and distribute licenses, as well as leverage automation resources such as, let's say, queues or assets, which we'll be talking about as well. Main capabilities of Orchestrator, I won't go deep into this one, but basically provisioning. So you're able to provision robots, you're able to create users within the ecosystem. You're able to control licenses. You're able to give license and revoke license, and even let's say create users, right? As I mentioned earlier, you're able to run automations in unattended mode, meaning bots running at the back end without the need for a human to interfere. You're able to distribute, let's say, automation assets or automation credentials, projects as well within a certain number of groups based on what access you provide. It allows you to monitor processes, jobs, robots. You're able to monitor what the robot has done through logs. And let's say if there's a need to audit, you're actually able to have you leverage on that logs. And of course, it has built-in analytics for you to see what is happening. And the good thing about it, or one of the main best things about it, is it actually provides you a centralized point of communication for your solutions, for applications, and so on. I'll give a quick, let's say, overview of how the UiPath platform works. As you guys have seen in the last few sessions, we managed to install UiPath Studio, right? So in UiPath Studio, you actually create projects. So this is something that Kenneth was showing earlier, that I was showing you the last time. If you're creating, let's say, a simple process, it starts as a project. So you as RPA developer would create this project. It depends on what template you're using. If you're using a framework, if you're using, let's say, just a simple project and so on, that is what we're starting with. And then once we actually created this project, we will identify, let's say, we are also able to identify whether we want it attended or unattended. So this depends on how we build the workflow. If it requires something that would ask a human to intervene, typically this is an attended mode, or let's say another type of unattended bot that I won't be digging deep into today. But basically, once you've completed that workflow, you publish this workflow, and you publish it within the studio, but you publish it to the UiPath orchestrator. So in most cases, or 99, this is my personal opinion, 99% of the time you publish it to orchestrator, but you run it locally because of access to cloud. But you can also publish it locally as well. If we are publishing it in orchestrator, we have to publish it on a certain folder. And folders actually, as I mentioned, enable the separation of organization entities, whether it's basically process, queues, assets. We're actually able to provide further configuration there based on roles. And this actually allows us to segregate processes, robots, and so on. So in UiPath Orchestrator, you have a folder. And when you marry a package and a folder together, we actually call it as a process. So a published package paired with a folder is actually a process. So that's what we call it. Once we do that, of course, we would want to make sure that we have the necessary bots to be able to run it. So we actually pass this to an unattended robot. And an unattended robot is something that we need to connect to Orchestrator as well. And it actually connects to Orchestrator And it actually passes a heartbeat, which is actually checked every 30 seconds to be able to know that there's a proper connectivity. That's an overview. I hope I hope I didn't say it too fast and so on. 2 weeks back, we actually connected, or we actually registered for a UiPath Automation Cloud account. So basically, once you do that, you typically have an automation developer role. What you want to do is we want to be able to connect an unattended robot into your machines. There are many ways to do it. I want to focus only on connecting the unattended robot on your personal workspace as of now. So let's actually try that. I'll open my UiPath orchestrator. So this is a fairly new UiPath orchestrator. If I'm not mistaken, this is the one that I created also when I was doing the session 2 weeks back. I'd like you all to log in to your UiPath orchestrator. I'll also show a quick exercise that you can do within 5 minutes after to practice it. But basically, once you log into your UiPath orchestrator or cloud.uipath.com, you'll actually be greeted by the UiPath Automation Cloud. As I mentioned last time, Automation Cloud is actually the software as a service platform that UiPath has that manage different services within the UiPath ecosystem. So what we want to focus on now would be UiPath Orchestrator. So I'm just waiting for it to load. So let's just sign in again. So hopefully by now you're already signed into your UiPath Orchestrator, and then you're able to follow. So this is the UiPath Automation Cloud. I want to show you first the admin. I just wanted to show you that you have unattended robot license on your community cloud. So typically you should be able to see users, attended, named user, automation developer. But once you click on robots and services, you'll be noticing that you actually have one production unattended robot. And unattended robots are the ones that are actually processing the jobs at the back end for you. We also have testing robot. Testing robots work somehow similar to unattended robots, but it's specifically designed for testing or for UiPath automation testing. Okay, so just wanted to mention that. So these are actually what we call concurrent runtime licenses. Now that you've seen this, and I'm certain you guys would have unattended robots, we can actually proceed. If I can just maybe get some feedback there, whether you guys have seen your unattended robot available. If it's there, just type in a yes or click in a like, and we'll be able to push through. Now we actually are in UiPath Orchestrator. So UiPath Orchestrator is basically a web UI that you leverage on. There are fairly a number of buttons that you would have, but typically you would focus on folders and tenants. So the ones below are folders. Typically, if you create a UiPath cloud account, you'll also see two folders here. One is My Workspace or Shared. By default, your UiPath Studio would be connected to My Workspace. And then, so My Workspace basically is so the packages that you deploy, it will be sent to you only first, and that goes to your UiPath assistant as well. So how do we connect our unattended robot? So the first thing that we do once we're here is actually we click on tenants, and we will click on machines. So I played around with this earlier, so there might be certain difference between what you are seeing in mine, but normally what you would be looking at would be the email ID that you used to create the account. You'll have it here, and then what you need to do is you under machines, right? You just click on the 3 dots and edit machine. So this is the first thing that we would do, and here you actually have 0. So I would just request you all to change it to 1. So you change it to 1 there. Update. It's not yet done, but actually that starts it accordingly. That quickly checks it out. The next thing that you would be doing is going to manage access. You will also notice here that you have your email ID available. So this is your email ID. So this is my email ID, but yours, you would have it. Let's click on the 3 dots as well here on edit. And this actually allows you to create different settings within your user within Orchestrator. So personal automation setup, I will not change anything, but I will actually go directly to the unattended setup. From your side, what you will be seeing by default is this is actually unticked. So I would need you, I request that you guys tick this one and check use a specific Windows user account. And then the next thing you need to do is you need to add credentials. So that is very important. You need to add credentials so that the robot will be able to log in. The robot will be able to perform actions accordingly, unattended mode without the human intervention. So how do we find the domain/username? So domain/username can actually be found under so the easiest way to find it is if you can go to command prompt, and then I will just type in who am I. So once you have this is the same thing that I used. I copied this, and then I provided the Windows credentials or Windows password that I used. So after that, I just clicked on update, and the next thing that you should see is that you have an unattended robot here available for you. Just wanted to check, is someone able to follow? Okay, I'm perfect. Thank you, Nadine. So let's give 3 minutes to the others so that you can actually do it as well. So we've done connecting the bots. I just listed the steps here already. So let's hopefully you guys will be able to connect your unattended bot. So it's yeah. So let's continue in 3 minutes. So good work, Hamim and Ibnu, Esther. I'm happy to know that you guys have connected the bot already. So we will continue in the next minute. Hopefully, more are able to connect their bots. Okay, let's proceed. so the next thing that I want you guys to be able to do would actually be to create what we call UiPath orchestrator asset. So I'll quickly move in to my PPT and just talk about assets. So when we talk about assets, earlier when talking about UiPath orchestrator, I was mentioning that it allows you to share resources or within the automation workspace. So what is assets really? So assets are actually configuration values. So for example, if you need to put in certain value that is for your specific process, you can leverage on it, put it in a UiPath orchestrator, which is a centralized location that you can actually easily update without trying to make some changes to your code. So it's actually going to be across your solution. And what happens is you're actually able to get this information from UiPath Orchestrator. Your robot will be able to capture these values, retrieve this information, and you're actually able to push through with that process. So what data types are we actually able to put in assets? So it can be of text, it can be of numbers, it can be of Boolean true or false values, or even credentials, like what Kenneth was showing earlier. So with this combination, you actually covered practically almost any scenario that you can have within your process itself. You're actually able to leverage on this, even if it's, let's say, a file path, let's say a certain timeout, a certain flag to identify information. So you're able to leverage on assets. So the two main activities that we will normally leverage on would be get asset and get credentials. I'll try to show you get assets, get credentials. Will be giving to you guys as a homework. But basically, what we'll do is we'll actually create assets in Orchis Automation Cloud, and we'll just quickly show that you're going to how you're able to get it. So what I'll do is I'll go back to my UiPath Automation Cloud first, and I'll go to my workspace. So take note that you're using my workspace and not shared one, because as I've mentioned earlier, folders provide the segregation within your solution. So let's make sure that we are in the correct folder, and let's go to assets. I'll just let's say put or create a very simple asset. And the asset that I'll be putting in would be, let's say, let's say, a certain text. So I'll just call this project name. And then the value is UiPath community. That's it. I'll click create. And you actually have this. So take note of the name of the asset that you used. Now let's leverage on just creating a sequence name. Let's name it as assets demo. Once we create this, I've mentioned two activities, or two most common activities used would be get asset and also get credentials. So let's focus on get asset now. I'll just do a very simple demo. I'll just put get asset here, and so normally I would create a variable, but I'll just put the value here that I got. So get asset. So take note, this is not a best practice. You should always use variables. So please use your variables. I just wanted to show you this one. Asset value. So this is where let's try to use variables here. So let's get string asset name. So also take note that in your studio, you're actually connected to the email ID. So this means that you're actually connected to your workspace. If you use shared, whatever access you created in the personal workspace will actually not be found. So let's make sure that you're in that same resource. And let's just put a message box. So if we use this, we run it. Ideally, I should get a message box pop up, and I'm just waiting for it to load, and I'll be able to show it to you guys. I think it is shown already, but it's just not showing in my screen. Hold on. Okay, here. Here it is. It actually showed on my screen. So you notice it says it actually came from this. So let's try another one. I just wanted to change this quickly. So I'm not what I just did. I just updated the asset value. Let's quickly run the same process. Let's just wait for it. Yeah. So assets allow you to make some changes in certain information that you pass without actually touching your code. So that's very important. Another thing we can do would actually be to get a credential. So let's just I'll just quickly show you. Let's say I have here an asset type of credential. I won't finish it that much, but let's say credentials. Let's say Acme credentials. I'll put in a username. So, and then I'll put in a password. So what you notice is the password is masked. It's credentials, mask as well. What we would be doing now is we will actually go to, let me just create a quick one. Let's say credentials asset. I'll just play around with a website. This is very useful. I would suggest you try to log into it, create your account as well. So typically this is where we play around with our solutions. I'll just quickly paste it in the chat as well so that you can try to create your account. So I have a login screen here. And if I want to use get credentials, I'll simply use, let's say, get credentials. So let me put a use app browser first, application browser. And yeah, I just wanted to indicate the screen that I'll be using. And I leverage on activity called type into. But let me put a get credentials asset also before that. So, and then let's remember that, let's get the credential name. It is Acme credentials. So we're going to save it as variables. So it's I'm just putting string username, and I'm naming this as SS password. So SS because it's a secure string. So this means that you won't be able to see the value. I'm having error here because of the double quotes missing. Now, let's indicate this on screen. So typically you're able to indicate a target and an anchor. So you're free to do so. You're free not to do so. It actually depends on your preference. You have to test your solution. And then here I'll just type in string username. And then in the password, I'll just confirm. So there's something funny with the website. What I notice is that if I actually put this, it will identify this as the field. So what I did is I just made some changes in terms of which one? Target I just actually removed this target anchorable for the password. And here it's a secure string mainly. So in order for you to be able to put a secure string, you click on secure, and then you put in SS password. If this runs correctly, I'm able to get the information that I have. Let me just add in a little more click button. And just log in. So if I was able to type in my password correctly, this should log in properly. So I'll run this. Hopefully, it works. So it was too fast. So there were some issues with the type into here. Let me remove the anchorable as well. And then let's run it again. And alternatively, you can also use set text. So set text is another date form of input activity that you can use within UiPath. Yep. So sorry about that. Let's change this to set text. So different applications would have different reactions into how you're actually using the solution. So yeah, so you have to play around with it. Don't just go ahead with one way. But yeah, so there's always there's sometimes a better approach to do things when you're working on automation. So that is one thing that you have to consider. Another thing that we would like to discuss today would actually be related to queues. So I have this, we'll share this accordingly for you to do as a homework, but it's basically the same as what I run you through. Maybe can I just get let's say some feedback there? Are you guys able to do it? Were you guys able to follow? So let's talk about orchestrator queues. So basically, queues allow your solutions to be scalable. So it actually enforces uniqueness. It actually allows you multiple robots to work on the same process, and it actually provides you process metrics within your solution as well. So as you see here, if you have, let's say, multiple queue items, you can actually have a robot, 2 robots, even 10 robots work on it at the same time. That actually makes it scalable. So typically, in your automation journey, when you start using UiPath as a developer, you leverage on what you call performer and dispatcher robots. It's the same robot that we have. It's just a terminology. Dispatcher bots actually create the queues. Performer bots get the queues and then process it. Let's show it quickly. Going back to your UiPath orchestrator, I have another tab here called queues, and make sure you're also in the My Workspace. So then what we'll do is we'll just click on a queue. So we need to create a queue first. So typically the queue name can be, let's say, for me, I'll just create my first orchestrator queue. So there are certain properties. Auto retry, let's say, means if, let's say, the bot fails in this transaction or in a certain transaction, it will actually retry it first, or based on the number of retries that you put in. Enforce unique reference creates a unique reference ID for that item, for each of the items, so that it won't be duplicate. But it's not always required, so it depends on the process. So I won't take it there, but I'll just click on add. Now I have this queue name, my first orchestrator queue. When we talk about queues, we mainly use two things. Most commonly used things would be add queue item and get transaction items. Get transaction item. So I'll just create a sequence called queue demo. I'll actually put it in one workflow to in the interest of time. But what we will be doing here is we will add a queue item, add queue item here, and then go to properties. So typically the properties that you would be looking at would be inputs. So there are properties that allow you to identify, let's say, which one should be prioritized. But for now, let's put queue item here. Just make sure that that there are no extra spaces and so on. When you create queues, you typically deal with collections. So you click on collection as well, item information collection, and then let's put name. Let's put John. Let's put last name, Doe. I'll change this to first name. And then I'll put company, ABC company. So when we do this, what we are doing is if I run this, I'll just show you quickly. If I run this, if I did the queues correctly, if I open this, so yeah, it says execution done. If we open the transactions here, you'll see that there's a new queue item here. And then it says John Doe and ABC company. So that's one step, one part of the problem. The next thing we need to do is let's say if I have certain things that I want to use, so I'll just put here get transaction queue. So I'll just put get transaction item. So what you will notice is you actually have a few items here on queue. You can have get queue item. Don't confuse it with this one. So typically you'll use get transaction item. And then you've identified that you have a queue, right? Earlier we mentioned that we have a queue. So sorry,
Mr. Sean, you have 10 minutes left.
Yes.
You have 10 minutes left, Mr. Sean.
Yes, thank you. Yes, we're almost done here. So our queue is here, my first orchestrator queue. I'll just quickly create the output. So what we just wanted to do is we just wanted to show that we're also able to get information from the queue. And typically you're able to do this with the properties. So once you create a variable, and the variable is typically a queue item, depending on the number of arguments you put, you're actually able to show this one. So I'll just ask the bot to get, let's say, the first name. And then let's not forget the dot to string. And let's say last name. So I won't get the company anymore. I'll just try to show this. So I run the bot already. So this is my message box. It's actually able to get the queue, and this is the last thing. So what you will notice if you actually run the queue, it will change the transaction item to in progress. So you also have to close this queue afterwards. But basically that's how or that's what you're doing with UiPath orchestrator queues. Lastly, I wanted I'll tackle this in, let's say, 4 minutes, and then we have a quiz just for the prize that we have. We have another prize for this one. I just wanted to quickly show you the publish. So basically, when you click on publish, the whole process, not just the sequence, but the whole process will actually be published accordingly. So you just need to put the publish name. So, and take note of the folder here. It's going to personal workspace. And then if you publish, there's also another versioning that will happen. So publish to will actually show you where you're publishing it. So whether it's a custom means local, if you wanted to publish it on, let's say, a local drive or a specific network drive and so on. When you say orchestrator tenant process feed, if you have, let's say, a different folder there, you're able to put it there. From my side, I'll just put personal workspace, and then I'll publish it here. Once you publish the solution, take note that whatever is in the main will be the first one to be run by the bot. It will always be the first one. So if you have multiple sequences, the one that is set to main will be the one to be run. So if you right click on here, it doesn't have set to main because this is the main workflow. So since I've published it already, I just go to tenants. I'll go to my workspace. I'll go to automation. And since it's actually on your personal workspace, it will automatically be updated. However, if you're publishing it on a folder, typically you would need to click on add process and then select the package. So I don't have anything here, so that's why it's none. But if you publish it on a folder, you'll be seeing it here. Now, earlier we connected our bot in our workspace. That means you're actually able to run this. And as I mentioned, it's going to run the main. So if I run this, and I'll be able to click on, let's say, the machine and so on. I'll just click on start. And yeah, so the bot should run accordingly. Take note, you're only able to trigger unattended robots here. If it's attended robot, then you won't be able to trigger it to run on orchestrator. Yeah. Okay. In the interest of time, let's proceed with let's actually proceed with our game. So I'm sharing my screen on the other. I'm sharing my other screen. Let me know. Please log in. Please join accordingly. Yeah. So do join in this. Using menti.com. Let me run this one. So we have 4 questions. Log in using your mobile phones, enter the code, go to www.menti.com. I'll just go on to the next slide to see how many people are in already. I'll just wait for 2 minutes. All right, so we already have a few participants. Again, to those who already won the last time, the second, let's say, if the first place is the winner again, then this will actually go to the second place. Oh, yep. So I'll just ask Putra as well to take note of the winner of this session.
All right, Mr. Sean.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 24 participants. Let's wait for, let's say, 20 seconds. Okay, I'll start the session now. Question 1. This UiPath mail activity is used to send emails on Outlook accounts. Is it send IBM notes, mail message, get Outlook message, send attachment, or send Outlook mail message? Okay, 20 people got it correctly. Next, the leader is currently Riza. I hope I pronounced that correctly. Then followed by Reski. So it's everyone's game still. This common string method can replace all occurrences of substring in a string. Is it contains, replace, split, or substring? Let's see who will get it. Okay, 19 got it correctly. Let's see who is in the leaderboard now. Okay, so it's now Reski here. 2 more questions. The component of UiPath platform for managing automation, robots, and related entities. So this is one of the key topics. Is it Studio, Automation Cloud, Orchestrator, or Robot? And yes, 25 people got Orchestrator correctly, so that's great. Okay, Reski is able to maintain. Oh, now it's Riza. Sorry, wrong calculation from my side. Riza is leading. So the last question. I think this is one of the easiest question as well. Get your hands on your phone. Get ready. You just have 5 seconds to answer. True or false? So just 2 options. Attended robots can be triggered to run via the orchestrator. I mentioned earlier the other one. Yes, unattended robots are the ones that can be triggered and not attended. So it's false. You cannot trigger attended robots via the orchestrator. And 4 got it correctly. So this might change the game, but let's see. Johan almost got there, but congratulations to Riza. You actually won this session. That's actually all for me, Putra.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sean, Mr. Kenneth, for the sharing and also the insight for today. So it will be the end of our session today. So before we finish this session, we will have a photo session first. So maybe
Okay.
Sisi, can you
Okay, is
Yes.
everyone in?
Please open cam, guys. I will take a picture. Slide 1. Say cheese. 1, 2, 3. Of course, slide 2. 1, 2, 3. Slide 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sean and Mr. Kenneth and Mr. Putra and all.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I hope you learned
Yes,
learned
thank you.
something today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for all the speaker and all the participants. So we have finished this session. So we will meet again in the last enablement session next week, also with UiPath. So take care for all of us and have a nice weekend. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, sir.